Everybody, welcome to the pub. 1 second, please. All right, welcome to the pub. Glad you all made it. It's Friday night. Who do we have here? Let me get my hair right. It's gotten quite long. RW, Last Dance, good to see you guys. Hopefully my sound is okay. I see English Bottle Cap in the chat. Good to see you, man. And right on, it's Friday night. So hopefully this works out. Some people pick up on it. And generally these tend to be a little bit slower. So whatever. It is to be expected. I did not announce this last week, which I should have, because I knew then that I would be doing it Friday. It slipped my mind. But last week was fun. Good times. I hope you all enjoyed it. I definitely did. I'm going to lose the headphones now because there's nobody to talk to. Pack a bowl. Over there on the tool bag. And featuring a new rum tonight. It has the price tag on it, but I don't really care if you see that. Deacon Giles, made in Salem, Massachusetts. Spiced rum. Hopefully it's good. First time having it. $32. I think it'll stand up to the Mount Gay, which was $35. That should last me about a month or so. I'll have a few glasses of that. No, there's no added sugar. This is a proper spirit. It's not a liqueur, which would have added sugar. It's not sugary. I'll tell you what it is. It's got a cork. Damn, that is smooth. Wow. Good stuff. Nice bottle, too. Looks like cut glass. Pretty cool. Delicious. Might be my new favorite rum. So smooth. Little bit of dirt on the aftertaste. Little bit of bitterness. But you're going to have that when it's 80 proof. Certainly not cask strength or barrel strength, but it's good stuff. Very tasty. I have some Fireball in the fridge here. That stuff is rot gut. I hate it. I gotta pour. That stuff has a lot of sugar. I do not like it. It was given to me by the guy who's coming over tomorrow to visit for the night. Hello, that's live. Good to see you, man. OVD. Right. Anybody? What is OVD? I haven't English. I'll definitely put that on the list, though. I gotta go to my local packy down the road here. We've gone over this before. It's a package store. That's what we call them here in Massachusetts, a packy. Not what you guys might be thinking from the UK. Has nothing to do with the owners or anybody's nationality. OVD, I haven't had that. Yeah, exactly. That's life. LOL. Package store, place to go and get a package of booze. I'm not sure. What does WB mean? I'm missing everything tonight. Woods rum. I wonder if I can get that here in the States. Let's take a look. Look at the big liquor store. Which is pretty far for me, but it's not that far. Nope. Navy rum, Dorley's rum, but no woods. Let's see, OVD. Nope. Can't get either of them here. Damn it. Well, this one looks pretty good. Dorley's 5-year-old amber. Might have to give that one a shot. Dorley's. Maybe that'll be the next one. Whatever. A lot of things going on this week. A lot of interesting stuff. Welcome back. Okay, WB. Got it. Today, Trump was found liable again for defamation of E. Jean Carroll. And ordered to pay something like $83+ million. And the breakdown goes something around 6 or 7 million each for the first two things. And punitive is something in this $60 million range. I guess to get him to stop doing it. Interesting. I don't know anything about the case, and I'm not even really going to get into it. It's frankly, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't have any information about it, so let me see here. Am I going to do? Sure, I'll do a guitar session. That is true. He's never out of the news. Indeed, that's life. Jason Gaudet, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Good to see you. A cup of tea. Welcome. The deplorables. Yeah. That didn't help her campaign very much. Well, probably didn't hurt her, but I think when she said we're going to close the coal mines, that did harm her campaign. And wife sounding off. Hello, wife. Welcome. Glad to see you. Just saw you. Ooh. Tasty smoke. Again, I've got a little bit of a cold, so if I have to duck out for a second, not sneakily doing drugs or anything, I'm just dealing with the sickness, so just so you know. Yeah, Jason Gaudet saying hi, hello. Yeah, all kinds of interesting stuff going on this week. Nikki Haley sticking around, which I think might be somewhat pointless. You know, it looks like it's going to be two old dogs going at it. I have already picked who I think is going to win, unless something drastic happens between now and then. We can go over that later, see if anyone else has a pick. So has it been made official, the vice presidential pick for Trump? Has he made that declaration? Because I do have the list here of choices, and we'll see who got it right. Anyone who's positive on that, go ahead and throw it in the chat. You don't think so? Okay, I thought he may have. I thought I heard some scuttlebutt about that, but obviously not, because you're usually up on things like that. Yeah, so we'll see. Got a lot of... Not a big fan of hers myself. I don't really understand why she's anybody, to tell you the truth. Nicki Minaj. Why is she famous? Music sucks. She's not attractive. I don't know. She's got nothing. Literally. But hey, what do I know? I mean, you could make a case for like Beyonce. Yeah, beautiful woman. I don't really dig on her music, but Big Bum, that's it. And, the other one, Rihanna, gorgeous. She's got a few bangers. But Nicki Minaj, I don't get it. What do I know? Even that one with the funny name, the tall broad there. She's cute. She's all right. What the hell's her name, man? She's got a funny, cute name. She's tall. That's all I got. Um, I could sing one of her songs. I'm levitating. Dua Lipa. She's all right. Dua Lipa. No, Dua Lipa, man. I'm not a big Swiftie, but I do like Dua Lipa. She's the bomb. I'm not a Swiftie. I'm not opposed to Taylor. I think she's great. In fact, I think it's an admirable thing she's done. She's built quite a career and a massive amount of wealth. I don't really like her music, but I got nothing against her. Spiced rum is the spice of life. But it's the music's not for me. The the business model, the things that she's created, right on. I give her a high five for that. Cool. I'm going to have to silence that if my family's going to get going on a big group text right now. Because it looks like that's what's about to happen. I don't know if you guys do that with your, family, but once those things start popping and everybody's sitting, drives me a little crazy. But you got to deal with it. It's family. You love them, right? Man, that Deacon Giles. It's got to be Giles, right? It's some good shit. Heavy, too. Yeah, I don't like the family group text. Funny thing is, when I get left out of it because I complain so much, that's what I'm wondering. Giles or Giles? No idea. Hard G, soft G. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, when they get the thing going and they're like, oh, fucking Steve-O, he's fucking bitching about the group text again. They leave me out. Every time it goes off, I'm over like looking at my wife's phone. I'm like, what'd they say? What'd they say? But then when I'm involved, I'm like, stop, get me out of this fucking thing. But it's funny, Want it? You don't want it? What do you want? Oh, I love dogs. It's a rumor on the internet that I don't like dogs. I do like dogs. I petted a golden retriever the other day, and he was friendly. It was cute. So, hey, there you go. That's it. No, this is a 750 milliliter bottle, which I suppose is somewhere around 23 ounces, I think. 23 and a half ounces, guessing. Dogs are cool. They're man's best friend. There you go, English. What it came down to is I mentioned my disdain for pit bulls. But I have met some friendly pit bulls, so. 40-ounce night, yeah. I don't dig on the 40s, bro. Never had a good one. When you get past the first 20 ounces, it starts to get warm and sour. I mean, I've tried them. Hef and Reffer pints with the puzzle on the cap. Remember that one? That's an old Beastie Boys lyric. But I tried Crazy Horse. I tried Colt 45. There was even one that came in a 64 ounce. It was a giant 40 ounce. I think it was Old English, Old E. They were $1.90, $1.99 or whatever. It's absolutely foul. Disgusting. But hey, I drink Bud Light now, so what do I know? Oh, that's cute. Brown lab. I like that. Labs are great. Generally happy dogs. Good duck dogs, right? Retrievers. No problem, buddy. Go ahead. Yeah, we've got all kinds of interesting things to go over tonight. Hopefully some of the old gang shows up here. Let me get my Twitter opened because I have a boatload of stuff saved up in the messages with my wife. I've gone to that method now, using her DM to log things. And yeah, we've got a lot of great clips tonight. A bunch that I did not feature last week. I don't think I did. So if I did and I try to replay them, just tell me. Yeah, it's not here. Old E is a 40 ounce, dude. It's foul. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. It's spelt with an E on the end, just like you spelled it. Oh, come on, you fucking thing. Just show me the picture. Oh my God. Yeah. Oldie 40 ounce malt liquor. What the hell does the 800 mean? I have no idea. But it is foul. Is it 8%? Ugh. And on Instacart, you can get one of those 40s for $4, delivered in 48 minutes. Never done that. Probably never will. Biscuit, what's going on, brother? Want to do some fishing in the morning? Good man. Hopefully you have decent weather over there. My radar now extends to Europe, which is cool on my phone. So let's go ahead and have a look-see. Looks all right now. I mean, pretty much the whole country looks somewhat clear. Some rain up north around Fort William, heading towards Perth. Aberdeen's going to get some rain a little later. Newcastle's getting a bit of rain. But all of Manchester is pretty darn clear, except for a little thing over by Blackpool popping up here. But cool, dude. Hopefully that holds out for you for the morning. Yeah, my radar app is fabulous. Covers UK, Europe, and the United States. And it's free. Be your own weatherman, right? Don't wait for the... Even though everyone runs to the TV when the weatherman's on, we could all figure it out on our own, but it's still nice to be told, I guess, a few days in advance. No, we're supposed to get some shit on Sunday night into Monday, which means basically for my job, we don't do much clearing after dark, so hopefully I deal with it all on Monday, and I'd be happy with that. There you go. No problem, dude. Yeah. I wonder if is that how it works? Well, your weather pretty much, I imagine, has nothing to do with mine. Guitar. You could do that. What is this herd? What do you mean? What's going on there? Oh, the heart. She's saying the heart. Yeah, everyone is annoyed by that. I hate it. People have been complaining about it on YouTube for a really long time. When I go to pin a comment or whatever, it's covering the three dots that would allow me to pin it. Yeah, and you can hit it, go, ooh, 100%, ooh, hearts, yay, blah, blah, blah. It's because Instagram had that sort of thing going on, so... family text. The heart is the only good bit. He always disagrees, even though I know you hate the heart cup of tea. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have to turn this thing down. Alright, we'll do a little, I can remove it? No. Is that possible? Is it under analytics or edit video? Probably edit video. Let me take a quick look here. I don't see where that is. Yeah, how the fuck do I do that? If anyone knows how to do that, I'll try to do it. Go back to the studio. See, the YouTube settings. There's got to be a thing for the chat. Nope. I think I found it before. I don't know. Anyone who knows how to do this shit can obviously just tell me. Content. No. Dashboard. It's got to be under dashboard. Jeez. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Yeah. Recent subscribers. Hey, Jason Gaudette subscribed recently. Cool. Thanks, buddy. Guitar, I hear you, man. All right. Shut the door. A little bit of guitar. I was working on some stuff last night, but changed my mic settings, yes. It ended up sounding like Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, so stopped working on it. Right, so I was working on some rudimentary sweep picking, which I've shown you guys before. It's when you kind of play a chord and you drag your, it's called a rake, but it's not a rake. A rake is like, you know, when you hit all the strings at once. But a sweep pick, you actually play the notes. So I was working on that on a lower chords, so like A to C to G back to A. So it's a little sloppy sounding when you do it on the lower notes. So that then I started thinking about it. I was like, where did I hear those chords before? Then I was like, oh yeah, Edie Brickell. What I am is what I am and what you are. What I am and what you are. I'm not afraid of too many things. I know what I know, you know what I mean. Right? It's the same fucking chords. And I'm here thinking, oh, I found this new combination. But then if you break down and listen to that song, it's it's basically like, oh, what's that? Click Content Live, go to customization. There's a Weebox reactions. Oh, okay. Screenshot time. Let me get that. All right, I got it. All right, so that was that little lesson. But let's fire up the electric since I did acoustic last week. Foot pedal over here. And we're back. All right. Cool. Love the old guitar. Let's fire this thing up, huh, fellas? How you doing, man?
All right. Just relaxing here in my big red chair.
Cool. Is this the more recent new setup or the old setup?
This is the more recent new setup, which is actually an old setup.
Football setup?
Football setup, yeah.
You're already in position for tomorrow?
Yep. Well, actually Sunday, but I'm just going to stay here for
Oh, right. It's Friday.
48 hours.
Bedpan.
I probably won't watch the beginning of the game. I never do.
What do you mean by the beginning? First quarter, first 5 minutes?
Usually the first half, I'll monitor it on by checking the NFL site. But it's too tense for me to watch my team play. It's pathetic, I know. It is so pathetic, but
so why again? Doesn't make any sense.
I get too anxious watching the game. I'm too much of a fan. It's just too much. I start screaming at the TV and.
So what? Your way of mitigating that is to not watch the first few minutes because that's less.
No, more like the first half.
The whole. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. So you're not into it for good football. You're into it to win.
Well, I watch other games.
For the football, you watch other games.
Exactly. But
I see.
For the Ravens, I'm in it to win, and every time they make a bad play, I just start screaming at the TV. It's unpleasant for everybody, and it's unpleasant for me too. So it's just best if I only turn the TV on and if they're already winning by a big margin.
Sort of casually monitor the score.
Exactly.
I see. Here we go. There he is. What's up, dude? How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just curious if Dan says a little score ticker somewhere on the bottom of his screen.
No. I just go to NFL.com and see what the score is.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got probably, I would say, the hardest game is by far your team trying to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think that's probably, at least for the Ravens, they're probably the toughest opponent.
I mean, I would have liked the Bills better in that. I thought the Bills were going to win. I'm really disappointed in that. That kick was fucked up.
Yeah, I was disappointed too, but you could never leave the game up to the kicker.
That's right, unless it's Adam Vinatieri, then you're fine with it.
Who's got the best cheerleaders?
We don't even see the cheerleaders anymore.
What?
They hardly ever show them.
That's terrible.
Pats cheerleaders are, of course, all gorgeous. They're all, I mean, if there was one in the whole league that was a total woofer, that would stand out. I think they're all
bad, right?
They're all like
right.
They're all 8 or above. I mean, they're chosen predominantly. They're dancers, They're.
You said you like dogs, Steve. Now you're saying woofer for ugly woman, all this stuff.
See, they can't just be good looking. They have to be fairly athletic.
Exactly.
And it requires a good deal of skill to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Olympics, but it's pretty physically demanding.
I think it should be a collegiate sport, recognized.
I mean, all the way up to college, there's competitions all over the place for it.
Yeah, but it's not a recognized sport. But of course, there are competitions. Yeah,
I'm surprised that it's not a branch of gymnastics. It's odd.
Yeah, and I bet you there's a lot of crossover between gymnasts and cheerleaders.
Right. Right. It's the same. It's theatrical gymnastics.
Right, and let's face it, the whole cheer squad stands and makes like a little tunnel when the one gymnast in the crew does a sick tumbling act down the middle. It's not like all of them can probably do a backflip and maybe, a front handspring or something like that, but When they have a real gymnast in there, you can definitely see it. I mean,
right. Can you shake your ass? Yes. Can you do a flip? Not really. Oh well, you're still hired.
Exactly.
Go stand in the corner over there.
Exactly. Yeah. You're not a football guy. Take it, RW.
I don't watch the sports. I'll play like the last time I played it, even on Nintendo or whatever, was like Madden 94.
I liked Tecmo Bowl.
It's probably a while ago.
Tecmo Bowl. Wow,
Yeah.
that's even more old school, right? That's early Nintendo.
That's Nintendo 1. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, gee. That was fun as hell,
I'm not trying to knock your sport, man. If you guys enjoy it. I mean, my brother-in-law is super stoked for the Ravens, too, so I'm sure he's clenching his butt cheeks right now. I don't know.
I had the first Nintendo, and I had a hockey game for it.
Could you fight in it? I think I know which one you're talking about.
It was hilarious. It was like the Japanese idea of what hockey is, and so they did have fighting. And
I remember that one. I do.
Like martial arts fighting, not just throwing your gloves off and punching.
No, you just punch each other.
Oh, okay.
But if you lost the fight, then you had to go to the penalty box.
Nice.
If I remember correctly, that game had like a big like a scoreboard thing in the middle of the arena, and at halftime you could play little like mini games on the big game for like the halftime thing. There was.
I don't remember that, but
Do you guys remember Base Wars, the baseball game with the robots that shot the ball out of their hand?
no.
And then you'd get in like robot fights and stuff if you steal the base and the ball's there.
I only had three games with my Nintendo.
Sorry.
Mario Brothers.
Good game.
Duck Hunt. I think those came with it.
Good game. Yep. Duck Hunt came with it and Mario came with it.
And
Yep.
And then I got the hockey game, so that was the third game.
Duck Hunt was fun as hell.
Yep.
And Natalie Johnson, she had Atari as well as Joust was her favorite game. Joust was awesome, and I
like
remember
Joust.
Centipede. Yeah, both of them were good.
You can
I
get your
had,
ass handed to you in Joust, that's for sure.
Yep,
I
for
had
sure.
the Sears version of Atari Pong.
Sears version? What's that?
Sears got OEM had their OEM version of
Huh,
Atari Pong.
cool.
Did you hear about that kid that beat Tetris?
Yeah,
Well, it's technically not beating it; it's breaking it.
Oh, really?
You play it so long. They have the technique where like they hold the controller a certain way and they like smack it against their hand, and so that they can hit all three buttons really fast or something. They flick the bottom of the controller with one hand, so that each finger, when it hits the bottom of the Nintendo controller, makes you push the button, so that you can spin the Tetris pieces even faster. Man,
interesting. Yeah, that was cool. I feel like the woman who berated him, the news person who like yelled at him for get outside and play or whatever, she caught some serious shit for that one. I don't know if
oh yeah, because who wants to earn $100 million playing video games?
Right. Yeah, she's just so clueless. Now, Last Dance, you would have really liked a game called Top Gun. That was awesome.
Was it beatable?
Beatable. There were 4 levels. The first one was tough. You're doing air-to-air combat, but landing on the fucking aircraft carrier was so hard, dude.
Can you just save right before you land on the aircraft carrier? Oh wait, no, that's a new thing.
No, you beat the whole level. You fought your ass off to knock these planes out of the sky, and then you'd crash it like a fireball. And then, the second,
balls of fire.
the 4th level was landing like on the International Space Station. It was really hard. My brother beat it. I never did.
Did you notice that though about the old games? Beating them was not a thing. Like in video games now, it's all about the journey and making it to the end point and completing the story. Whereas back in the day, it like Contra and stuff, you can't beat that shit.
I don't know about Contra, but I know like Mario, you could definitely beat.
Mario, but then again, that wasn't an arcade.
Right, that's true. Arcades, it would be self-defeating for them to allow you to beat it because then you'd stop paying.
Right.
There was a great game called Altered Beast where you collected these blue orbs and then you became like closer and closer to a werewolf until finally you got enough orbs and boom, Altered Beast, and then you would just fuck shit up like for the whole rest of the level. But
What game was that?
Altered Beast.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah. Hey, you know what all the gun tubers are always talking about since we're on the gaming? Hey, it's Zalt. Hi, Zalt. Is a game. He just said Turok, which had reminded me of the name Tarkov. Have you heard of that? You're a gamer, huh?
Turok, I don't know Tarkov.
Okay. Yeah, they're always talking about Tarkov. It must be a gun game because all like, Kentucky Ballistics, not him, but more like Donut Operator, Brandon Herrera, all of those guys, probably Garand Thumb, Demolition Ranch. They're always talking about that shit. Never heard of it.
Yeah, I've never heard that either. Have you ever tried a Deer Hunter game?
Oh, yeah.
I've only ever done the arcade. I've never done it at home. But, that was interesting.
Yeah, well, I've done them at a bar.
Yeah, there you go. Dude,
Deer.
the arcades at Pizza Hut were most nostalgic for me because it was Turtles, the 4-player Ninja Turtles. That was good times. Good memories.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Biscuit.
My day was Pac-Man.
Pac-Man was great, and especially the one that was like flat, like a
The
table.
console Pac-Man, right? The table.
You could sit opposite each other, and you're both looking at it from the top view. That was a trip.
Yeah.
You can eat your pizza right on it because the Lexan or whatever was on the top.
Yeah, that was cool.
Get that perfect combination of grease and on the ball, and you're just flying around.
Oh, the ball! I couldn't imagine how grotty that ball would be.
Yeah, man. How did the ball work? It just spun in all directions,
You never had a mouse for like the old computers that was a big ball?
Yes. No, I do remember that, a ball on the mouse. That was, yeah.
Yeah.
On the top, not just the one on the bottom. Because I remember some of the mouse. What is mouse for a computer, plural?
Mice.
Mice. Okay, so it's the same as the rodent.
It's just like the animal, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Moose.
Right, moose.
Sheeps.
That says hi.
Here he is. Zalt. Good to see you. The best game were the jet games. Those were fun. Yeah. There was the one with the jet or the rocket ship on the left side of the screen that shot stuff forward. And you could have it go up and down. Asteroids?
Yeah, but when you were playing video games, I was an adult.
Yeah, you were living it. You were living it real life, Asteroids.
I'm still not an adult.
There he is from another planet.
Well, I'm an adult and I still play games.
That's all right. Good man. Yeah. How you doing, dude?
Fallout to be here, great. So
I've been playing the newest game, the one that's causing a load of buzz on Twitter.
What's that?
Pal World.
Power World?
No, Pal World.
Okay.
Is that the one that's getting sued by Pokemon?
No, they're not getting sued by Pokemon. Pokemon have said we're looking into it because they've been getting loads of people basically lying, saying that they've basically got this 3D what do you call it, model, and they scaled it and changed it to make it fit with a Pokemon from another game. They actually scaled it and made it look like it was just directly copied. And they actually said they lied because they didn't like the fact that you was able to beat and kill and then enslave these cute creatures.
Interesting.
Why are people like offended?
Yes, they're offended.
Oh,
they even tried getting Peter involved. You know what Peter said?
Who's Peter?
Peter. Prevention of the cruelty to animals.
Sure.
Charity thing, yeah. They're not even bothered. They're more bothered about what Pokemon does.
That's hilarious. What is PETA? Is it?
It's
people
the
ethical treatment of animals.
Is it people?
Peter.
Parishioners.
Or
People is the P. Because, right, if you're saying prevention of the ethical treatment of animals, that would be the opposite of what PETA
I'm
does.
all for that.
Right.
Well, I don't know what the actual thing is. I just know it's Peter.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
But yeah, it's blowing up and people are just going mad because, like, most people that are going mad are the Nintendo fans that think that it's going to destroy Pokemon because it's actually a good game.
Huh.
Oh, dude, it's not going to touch Pokemon.
No,
Pokemon,
it won't. What it will do is it will make the Pokemon Company and Nintendo look at themselves and actually start creating good games instead of fucking sitting on their ass and producing shit that fans will just pay and play because they're that invested.
I can't get on board with a pay to play model. I don't like a
No. I mean, you buy the game, you don't pay to play. You buy the game to play it. You know,
Right.
like you don't pay to play. Like you're talking like gacha games where you pay to win, things like that. That's not. I mean, you buy the game initially, but the thing is, they're charging £60 a game at Nintendo.
Huh.
Whereas this game, which is 100 times better, is only £27.
Is it Steam or something?
It's on Steam, yeah, and Xbox Game Pass for free.
Oh, okay. No wonder so many people have tested it out because they're getting it for free. I got you.
8 million people have bought it on Steam for the full price of £27 or $30.
I haven't seen the gameplay yet. I'm guessing it's cutesy wootsy. Like it's made to be like Pokemon.
The animals are cutesy wootsy.
But like it's a hack and slash.
No, but there is.
Pal World sounds very like kid friendly. That's all.
Oh yeah, but it's not.
Okay.
It's a parody of Pokemon. You can craft a butcher knife, and you can call your pal to come towards you as if you're going to pet them, and then the whole thing gets like digitized out so you can't see as you're hacking them to millions of bits, and all that gets resulted is either meat or their constituent parts for you to craft with.
That's fucked up.
The picture is hilarious. They are cute, and one of them's holding a fucking like a GE minigun, like a Gatling gun.
The tagline is Pokemon with guns.
Yeah, look at this yellow guy.
Oh, now I can totally see why they're coming after him. Absolutely a ripoff.
But the thing is, it's fun. It's really funny. It's basically, ever played Ark?
I tried to play Ark, but it was so confusing that I quit. You just got to hit the ground running.
It's very similar to Ark, but it's more simplified, so it's easier to get into it.
Okay.
And the gameplay loop is it's addictive, and lots of people are just addicted.
How did people get addicted to Ark though? Because it's a game that they never explained how to play it, and it's super complicated. And that's the beauty.
You get a little tutorial that basically gets you going, and then once you get going, everything that you do is dictated by what you need to get to craft your next item.
Okay, it didn't work out for me that way. I guess I went to the wrong server.
This you can play solo or with friends.
Is that today?
Yeah.
Hey,
it's Australia Day.
Sarita, hello. I didn't get to say hi to you, and happy Australia Day.
Straya.
Yeah. Right on.
Straya.
No, there's no L in it. It's just Straya.
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 There you go, Dance. Good job.
Right on.
Thanks, Steve-O.
There you go. Yeah, just Steve-O here. He tried to get on about a month ago, and I think I gave him the boot because I didn't really know him. What are you drinking, a Coke?
Coke Zero.
Coke Zero.
Oh, there we go.
Caffeine at night, huh?
Well, yeah.
The zero is real food, right? I watched the first stream you guys did just to check out just what you had on your YouTube channel. and I saw vapes was on the very first one that's on your list. So that was cool. And so I saw that you were heavier back then too.
Oh,
Yeah, so I see why
massively.
you talked about it.
I've lost half of my body weight.
Did you change your?
in a year?
What did you do to change that mostly?
I had a gastric sleeve.
Yikes! I'm glad that worked out okay for you.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a decent risk with that, right?
I wouldn't say decent risk. It's but it is a what's the word? A calculated risk. That's the risk was far less than staying the way I was.
Right.
And that's a reversible process?
No, they literally took 60% of my stomach out.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's epic. Do you feel like there's a downside to your life now that you've had that?
No, apart from if I have one bite too many, I get terrible like pains in the stomach.
I bet. How do you know that line? Do you go by weight of food?
No, usually it's when I go over it, I know about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Trial and error.
I just lay down and just wait for it to pass. It usually takes about an hour for everything to gurgle through and stop hurting so much.
Right. Have you become more religious when you have those experiences?
Not really, no.
No. I find myself praying in those situations more often.
I am a devout atheist.
Okay. Do you at least talk to yourself in those situations?
No. I just do something to distract myself, like go fishing or something else.
Fair enough.
It's good, man.
You're right. You just need to
I need to do more fishing.
go fishing.
We're gonna stock the pond here with largemouth bass, I think. So
How big's the pond?
I wish we had largemouth. The closest we've got here is like a perch.
about the size of a baseball diamond, maybe a little bit less than that.
3 acres? 2 acres?
No,
You mean just the diamond or the
Just the
whole
diamond.
field?
Just the
Just the diamond.
Oh, well, that is a pondy pond.
That's tiny. How deep?
like I think 20 at the most.
Oh, that's like
the deepest point.
almost like what you would call like a kettle pond.
Yeah, they dug it deep, but it wasn't wide.
You know, you can just catch bass and keep them alive and put them in there yourself.
I have to travel out for that. I'm sure I'm not that big of a fisherman, but like when my brother-in-law comes here, he loves it. Like he's sitting at that pond the whole time.
Is there fish in it?
Yeah, there's largemouth bass and stuff in there at the moment.
Cool.
The pond I go to is only 9 foot deep.
How wide? About the same?
It's about 3 acres.
Oh, okay.
Pretty big.
Is there?
But it's really like 3 meters is the deepest that it goes.
Do you have a bird? You know what the Canada goose is, right?
The what? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a bird or a goose or a duck like that there? That's everywhere. That you're.
Yeah.
stepping around?
Yeah. It's called
bird.
it's called a swan.
Oh, okay.
You have that many
Native
swans?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And the little bastards, you can't do out about them because they're owned by the royalty.
Yeah, I mean, like, we see a swan or two here, and it's fairly rare. You see
Majestic.
Or ask the swan and
the
they'll have your head.
The majestic until you start fishing and they go and wipe your line out.
Oh,
really?
God. Can anyone here with spatial skills explain to Bottle Cap how big a baseball diamond is? Because I suck at spatial.
It's 90 square feet. Let's just say that.
Not true. Way too small, buddy.
Well, so you want to count the
90 square feet would be 9 feet by 10 feet. That's a small pond.
90 cubic feet?
Oh no, you're right. 90 the number 90 squared feet.
There you go. That makes more sense.
Correct.
So that would be
8,100 square feet.
8,100 square feet. Yeah, okay.
So my
30
brain
square
is
yards,
right
thank
now,
you,
but I
Bottle
hope
Cap.
Bottle Cap understood that one.
So it's 90 feet by 90 feet.
Yes.
In square yards, I would say if you said 8,100, say 2,700 square yards, 2,800 square yards. About that, I think.
90.
Divided by 3 or 9.
It's 90 square yards.
90 square yards.
900 square yards. 30 times 30.
There you go. Right. Add 2 zeros. 3 times 3. There you go.
Yeah, how many of those drinks intros did you make, Steve?
On my channel?
Yeah.
Wasn't it only like 6 or 4 or 5?
I thought there was a lot more than that. I made a
Really?
lot more than that.
I didn't see those. I saw a small collection on the, because your YouTube is separated into live and video.
Uh-huh.
All these streams are on live, and then the other section is just the kind of the drinks.
Yeah. There's only 6?
I'm sure it was 2 or 3 months worth.
Videos, I have.
Those were pretty classy.
You're right. I've only got harvesting grape tomatoes, Manhattan, between 2 sheets, and lemon drop. It's only, yeah. And the edited version of the pub I had to do when I got blocked for featuring Saturday Night Live. For like
Hopefully,
30
it was a good
seconds.
skit.
That was a 5-hour pub. Wow. Okay.
I
Shit.
don't know why I can't see why they're bothered about copyright stuff because you're not even monetized.
No
Even
idea.
If the Saturday Night Live logo shows the copyright and like the notation or whatever you call it. What's it called when you're making a report and you have to cite your books? Citing references. Anyway, screw it.
Yeah. You got it. You're right. I don't know where the rest of them are. Wife. And the trampoline was actually with Hayden and Graham.
Girls jumping on trampolines.
No, Steve jumping on the trampoline high as hell.
Oh, interesting in a different way, I guess.
I had the tramp in the yard. I don't know what I was doing wandering around my yard with the fucking live stream. And Graham was like, hey, that's a trampoline. Can you jump on it? And I was like, okay, guess I'm jumping on the trampoline. And
well, we all did stupid shit during COVID times, didn't we? Like shave our eyebrows.
Yeah. And they grow back.
I don't think I jumped on that wagon.
It was a thing we did here. They grew back nice and full, Biscuit.
They've been a bit problematic. I keep getting right long ones that I have to keep chopping off.
Huh.
They keep growing like out here, like right long ones. Like,
that could just be a sign of getting older.
Maybe.
Yeah, my dad.
It does my tits in every time I'm on bike, and I just
Mitty.
see this big long hair sticking out of my chubby eyebrow.
At least it's not on the end of your nose or anything.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's
wax the
coming.
fucker off.
So you guys like bet each other or like just challenge each other to shave your eyebrows, and you're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Well, I was promised a T-shirt and then a cup, and then a T-shirt, and then neither came, and then George from Florida sent me a cup.
Right. So you did end up getting a cup. You still
from
have
George.
it?
Where's
Yeah, I
this
still got
weird
it.
shirt though? That's what I
I
want.
never got it. I never got it.
I remember
You're gonna
Hayden.
live with pokey eyebrows for the rest of your life. That's too much.
Yeah, I bought a trigger warning shirt, which I have upstairs. So yeah,
That's right. Yes.
No, I won it. I won the fucking thing on a trivia
And
contest.
it was a cup, not a shirt.
The thing you got. Okay, yeah, right. You off the
Oh, wait.
sauce, Biscuit? You having just the Cokes tonight?
Yeah. I don't drink beer anymore unless it's like Christmas time or New Year's, something like that.
Wouldn't the carbonation be harder on you because you have a smaller stomach?
It used to be in early times, but it's been over a year now.
I figured if you're drinking soda, I mean that's carbonation too. So
Yeah, it's not the carbonation; it's the alcohol and the alcoholic sugars and the fattening properties of beer. The calories.
The fattening properties. I know those.
Yeah. Yes.
I also know the dumbing properties.
Yeah.
I
call
think
it. I call it the fun properties
of what?
Comes at a price. That's all.
of alcohol.
You know what they sell at the liquor stores here now, or at least at the one near me, is alcohol with THC in it, and
That's
it's not
like
even
a good combination.
it's not even a dispensary. And I asked the kid, and he's like, "Yeah, Trump did it." I was like, "Trump did
What?
it? What's this kid talking about?" He was like, "Yeah,
You
2018.
probably had a couple of them before you got there.
Trump made it legal to because everyone has to be 21 already to buy it anyways. That he made it legal. I got to look into it. The kid didn't seem like he was bullshit. He was working there.
I've got a question about Trump.
Yes.
Either later on now. Do you know the border bill that Biden's trying to push through?
Yes.
Is it actually not something that the Republicans want, or are they just holding off so that they don't give Biden a win?
I'll answer it.
Because that's what the left wing news companies are pushing it as, but I don't know if that's just their story.
I don't know what's in the actual bill itself. I just know it's a group package, and there's a lot of shit in there attached to what the Republicans.
Well, that's the Republicans' fault for pushing the Ukrainian part into that bill, wasn't it?
I think it's more of a fault of grouping bills. I wish we could just have
but
separate
the Republicans
bills.
was the one who grouped those bills with the Ukrainian aid.
Well, then that's something that's dealing with for their. I don't know that part.
I can assure you that there is no more legislation needed for Biden to be able to enforce border security. There's really
amen, brother.
He doesn't need any more legislation. It's totally within his remit right now to do what needs to be done.
And the thing that was just posted where he's like dangling a carrot on the stick that if you give us this electricity bill or electricity, whatever bill, power structure bill, then we'll close the border. It's like, wait, just do your job. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the horse trading, but in the end, you got to. But I mean, it's 2024. He came into office in 2021. I think.
But for the last 10, 15 years, they've had a struggle getting the actual immigration bill sorted out, haven't they?
None of that has to do with enforcing the border as it is.
Yeah.
Now, this is something I just saw.
Because they keep saying things about them fetching fentanyl over and killing Americans and whatnot.
Well, they don't want to control. They don't want to control the border. The Democrats. I mean, it's
well,
obvious to see.
The news agencies are saying that they're trying to give Republicans the bill that they want, which is the best deal they've ever had. Blah 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 blah. And I'm not sure what that bill entails, if it is what the Republicans actually want, or if they're just doing it because Trump told them not to.
Do you know how many immigrants were counted in December? So this doesn't even, this doesn't even estimate. Over 300,000 in December.
Record breaking.
300,000 in 1 month.
Or as the diversity quota spokesman would say, it flows. There's busy periods and there's quiet periods. It flows. I'm like, what?
The tap is on and it's corroding the pipe, and more is coming through every day.
It's a bit like the Nord Stream pipeline. The Russians had the tap, but they decided to break the pipe instead.
Huh?
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Every joke's over my head the last couple of days. It's getting bad.
Well, the Russians didn't blow up their own pipeline, did they? Because they got the tap. But
I don't think that they blew up their own.
Yeah, we were led to believe that the Russians blew up their own pipeline.
Well, there was a story that the British Navy did it.
Well, there's been a story. It was
America did it.
Ukrainians, America, and British were involved in it, but definitely wasn't the Russians, though. You don't want to bomb your own pipeline in foreign waters. That's an act of war. But for all accounts, the Russians did, even when they could have blown it up in their own waters.
It wasn't used as a false flag, though, right? Because the war was already established.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a false flag for a war, but it was a false flag.
It's been it's been quiet.
If you look at the number of births per year,
I thought you said birds for a second because of the bird.
Yeah, it's rather annoying at this time of night.
we're running damn close to being over on the amount of illegal entries to the amount of legal births in the country per month.
Yeah, the more graphs you look at, the more you're going to get a little worried.
Right? I mean, 300,000 is right about there. That's fucking crazy.
Well, it's you know, this was a conspiracy theory a couple of years ago, but I think it's pretty factual now. That in the UK, white British will be a minority by 2066, and in America, I think it's 2040.
That's got to be wrong. That's got to be too far in the future. No, I'm serious. At the rate at which immigration is happening.
If you look at cities like Bradford, the whites are already minorities.
Yeah. There's many cities now. So obviously it's London. I know Slough, like places like Derby, Bradford. Loads of places up north in the little villages. Just taking over.
We talked a long time last night about the situation with the federal government and Texas at the border. I'd love to get into that a little bit more tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to be educated a bit more as well.
We had some people from Texas actually in the chat last night, which was interesting. And but what's interesting is, so the ultimatum was given, or just to share the whole story with everybody from how I know it. The federal government's job is to enforce the border. Texas is covering that position because the federal government is doing the opposite of their job. And the federal government is saying, you're performing a criminal act by enforcing the border. That's not your job. Give us our lawful right back so we can come in and remove the barbed wire and have it our way. It was sent to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled 5-4 to say, you have to let the federal government come in and do their job. And Abbott basically told them to go F themselves. Yeah. And then they gave them an ultimatum, you have till the 26th, and they're just like, no, go F yourselves. And now Trump called representatives of the United States and said, send your National Guard to Texas and back them up. And Oklahoma today has accepted the call and will send National Guards to Texas. So we have a powder keg that's building. I don't know how many more states are going to follow suit with Oklahoma and send National Guard troops there, but there's also the scenario where the federal government can call Title 10 and take the National Guard from Texas under federal control. So I'm so confused at what's going to be coming, but something's coming.
Well, I have been saying for quite a while now, these two words, civil war. I've been saying it for quite a while.
It's more, it's not so conspiracy anymore.
Yeah,
I still think it's crazy talk. I want to hear. Last Dance, were you about to chime in with something?
Yeah, my understanding is that Texas is not sending the National Guard. They're sending their own. They have something called the Texan Guard, which is not subject to the same.
So is that like
recall orders as
like
the National Guard?
Is that more of a public militia?
I don't know what the hell it is. It sounds kind of spooky.
Militia, I guess.
State militia. It sounds kind of spooky, but
I'm not sure that why they would be talking about Title 10 then if it's just a state-run
maybe they're
guard.
Maybe they're talking about both
forces. I thought that I heard this story referenced as the National Guard.
Right.
I mean, why are they so upset about the barbed wire fences unless they want them to come in? Because they use barbed wire fences in prisons, in office blocks to protect fences. They've done it in Washington for January the 6th. They kept it up.
Barbed wire fences aren't immune to people. It only takes a pair pair of pliers to cut it
Well,
open, and then they're through. aren't
I agree with you, but it doesn't half slow them down.
Well, I beg to differ. This particular type of barbed wire fences isn't the stuff they laid out on the prairie to keep the fucking cattle in play. These are razor wire.
cattle.
These are razor wire under
I bet
tension,
you can't flip them.
coiled under tension. So if you do go in and start cutting it, that razor wire starts flicking out. You gotta watch your face. The shit. It has little square razors on it.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It's like
Every, I don't know, 4 inches. And if this is coiled under tension and you walk up to it and cut it like this, it's going to whip up in the air, you know?
So what you're describing, Steve, is when you fuck around with the front suspension of a car and it's under pressure, and you're all in the
I have seen some major
you're all in the
injuries with
garage going off, and you're going, "Oh, shall I pull it? Shall I pull it?" It's like an airbag, isn't it? You're waiting for it to go. You're like, "Oh, when's it going to go?" Ping!
My dad's had many a hair-raising moment tensioning car suspension.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the NHS, when they ask people like for certain injuries, that the fuck around with car suspension is mostly pretty high up there.
You know, since you're here, I've seen some UK news, and I wanted to get one thing. Something BNO News said that the US is going to be placing nuclear weapons in the UK. Now, are there not US?
Why would they do that? We've already got our own nuclear weapons.
Well, I didn't know that we didn't already have nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons.
It's a bit of a nothing.
Okay.
So I'm into the belief it's already here. So,
well, we already have our own.
I know you have your own weapons, but I thought the U.S. also had U.S. nuclear weapons on UK soil.
I heard something about Poland getting ready to fight Russia as well.
Well, I haven't heard anything about that. That would be good.
And the thing is,
I haven't heard that.
Moving nukes around is just saber rattling.
Not with nukes, but they're bolstering the borders to.
I tell you about Poland. Recently, it was being Tusk from the UN. He's not even Polish. He's now the Prime Minister of Poland, and he arrested 2 opposition politicians for a crime they were pardoned for, and he just nicked them. He took them in, and he shut down the main news channel in Poland. It was kept really quiet in the UK. You got to look for it. Basically, they weren't going to tell you.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, they nicked 2 politicians that were pardoned. You know, whether they were guilty or not, the material, they were pardoned. Don't know if they were guilty, but they arrested them, held them for about 2 months, and they shut down the news channel. Wow, sounds really liberal, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and also, there was this story about this guy playing a piano.
Yeah, English bottle cap. It's bringing that up.
Someone was filming.
Brendan Kavanagh, he's called on YouTube.
And the police said he had to leave. It was really bizarre.
So yeah, the woman called Kerry, who was really adamant that she didn't want to be filmed. The word she was going to have. The problem was it was live streamed at the time, and he should have made that clear at the start. Well, if you think it's being live streamed, pals, you can't take it back.
Right.
But yeah, the WPC, she's British Transport. She made a complete arse of herself. Basically, as soon as you mention the British police, the R word, you know, the racism, as soon as they mention that, then they crumble like, and they go, oh.
The magical lawsuit word.
Yeah, I mean, trans. They only could have gone one better and said it was transphobic. That's all you could have done. By saying racist, it was like game on. The police just crumble. I mean, and it was completely on feelings. Once again, she's pushing a feeling. Oh, their feels are hurt because they've made it known that they didn't want to be filmed by coming up to the camera and saying they didn't want to be filmed. I mean, it's retarded.
Right. Yeah, this is a style of video made on YouTube where these guys who are really good piano players, they set up these impromptu pianos in places and they do streams. Sometimes they'll have another musician like randomly show up, but it's clearly planned, and
Yeah.
they'll sing, and it's great. I follow a guy named Terry Miles. He's pretty entertaining, and it's cool, whatever. But that's all this guy was doing, and people love to hear the live music while they're walking through a train station. It's kind of cool. You stop for a minute, have your coffee.
I think Brendan's one of the most popular on YouTube. He's got like 6 million subs or something crazy. I mean, that video's had 8 million views in the last 3 days. And he said as soon as it gets taken down from YouTube, he said, I want everyone to mirror it. So basically, if it gets taken down, everyone can mirror it.
Do you think so? There's a guy named Glenn Greenwald recently that put out information showing all of the mainstream medias or major mainstream media companies that are hemorrhaging money and laying off a bunch of people. Do you guys think that in the near future, the way news is presented is going to actually evolve into Twitter feeds and stuff like that? Or
well, yeah, that could be a major problem. But like you said about the legacy media imploding, Taylor Lorenz released a video today. You know Taylor Lorenz? She's that far left reporter. She's terrible. She was like made a video clip saying our wages are stale and static. They're making the amount of people they've made redundant in the industry is huge the last like 18 months, and she's whinging about like someone else laying off another 150. We're not journalists anymore. Yeah, because people have seen the light and people don't want to see your shit, so they can just switch off. They don't need to fucking listen to you lot. And that's why newspapers and legacy media are fucked. They're dead.
They're definitely not the quickest way to get information. That's for sure.
Yeah.
She doxed lips of TikTok.
Yeah.
Many others before her. That's
the only one I'm familiar with. But then that ended up being a boon for lips of TikTok.
She got doxed in return, though, right? That was the deal.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
And she was really broken. Like she was
crying about it online.
She's broken about the current situation now. The video is just really funny. As I was watching it, I was just like smiling. I was just literally smiling all the way through it.
Karma, bitch.
Since we have 6 guys on the panel, we can get to what really matters. Everyone agrees.
Women's rights.
Close your ears, Rita.
Sort of. Everyone can agree that Taylor, despite her ideology, is extremely hot. Yes.
No.
Sorry.
I looked her up just now. I'm not on board with that.
When you find out her age, when you find out her age, you might. She's like 50 or late 40s or something.
She's in her 40s.
Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No,
but we know where your mind is.
Taylor Lorenz.
Who?
I don't know who that is.
Taylor Lorenz.
Oh, when you said Taylor, I thought you meant Taylor Swift or like.
No.
Yeah,
she's more attractive. I'm more on board with the Swift.
I think Taylor Lorenz is hotter. Here, I'll type it in.
But I don't.
I've got a picture to share.
Yeah, share. We'll do a 1 to 10. Maybe vote for her VP status.
Share that Twitter video where she's
not
that one.
Well, that's not a very flattering picture, is it?
That's not a good one. She's crying.
That's the one where she's crying about being doxxed.
Oh man,
she kind of
on Twitter where she's doing her. The most recent one.
She gives something to aim for in that picture. I'll tell you that.
That's good for you, Aphid. Always finding the upside. You're a glass half full guy,
or finding something to aim for.
Or a mouth half full guy.
To me, it's quite obvious to me that legacy media and mainstream media, whatever you want to call it, all the newspapers in general, that it's like a sinking ship. And slowly but surely, it's all going to reduce down to about 5% of what it was maybe 5 years ago, and everything else will disappear. And I can't wait. I think it's great.
I'll give you that. If that's a recent photo, so it's good for 50.
Yeah, she looks good there.
Yep.
Beautiful eyes.
All yours.
Although,
guys.
What is that? Is that a cataract or something? What is that in the eye?
That's just
spice.
Yeah, we're talking about low resolution.
It's just
I'm saying 8.
Wow, that's generous.
The crazy eyes, like yes, the face is pretty, but the crazy eyes brings the number down.
Absolutely, I agree. I'd give a 6.
6? That's low.
No, that's above
that's a
average.
Lot of crazy.
That's above average, but she's got crazy.
That's a -4 for the crazy eyes.
Well, when I actually hear her talking, it does.
Well, that's it.
Lower my interest.
Yeah, I was just.
Well, I haven't heard her talking, so.
Yeah. So if you go on looks alone, you would. But then if you actually listen to what comes out of her mouth, you would walk away every time.
It's more like she starts talking.
You can see she's got crazy in her face.
What was that reference to, Last Dance?
I think it was a balloon that's deflating.
Pretty good. Pretty good. How you doing, Nathan Lip? Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you guys. It's Friday night. Cheers, everybody.
What are you wearing?
Your wife just challenged the panel.
Yeah,
the panel.
Oh no.
I'll take that one.
We'd have a combined score of 6 between the 6 of us.
Is that -4 for the crazy eyes?
A bunch of ones. We're all a bunch of ones. Number 1, yes, that's us. All ones.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Taylor Lorenz is like a sane McGrande.
Grande's way more entertaining. I wish he would come back on here. I feel like he thinks we busted his chops or something, and he won't come back and yell.
No, he'll come back.
Wasn't he just here a couple weeks ago? I didn't see him, but he was on before I got on, I thought.
Kelsey was on last night. You guys talking about Kelsey or Grandy?
Grand.
But the problem was he said it was all good. He loved it, but he clearly didn't. And the problem was he kept on giving us ammo to have a go with him about.
That happened.
Who are we talking now? Grandy still? We're talking about Grandy now.
Yeah,
Yes.
He said he loved it and all that. But in the end, every time he opened his mouth, he just gave us more ammo to throw at him because.
Well, he wouldn't keep from coming on here because people were giving him a hard, because people disagreed with him or wanted to argue with him. He would not come on here if he thinks that we don't want him on here and he gets his feelings hurt.
Right. He would not be afraid to come on. Is what
he's not. He trust me. What you guys have given him is nothing compared to his past.
I think he's
faced worse.
He's living his life. He has a few beers in the afternoon, and he's probably chilling by the time we get going here. I think it was that he had mentioned that I started late for him a few times, so
it was the goose stepping. It was the goose stepping with drones.
That was.
I think that's all dust in the wind now, because on the Discord server, he's just sitting there posting sunrises and seems happy-go-lucky.
Exactly.
Well, good.
That's how he rolls.
Yeah.
He's a balcony buzzard.
He's got a balcony buzzard. There you go.
Show us what's going on from his balcony.
It looks nice. Huh. Wish I was there sometimes.
Dude, it was 72 degrees here today, and it was before it was like 32, 26.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from, but it was awesome.
And nice weather, like 72 and sunny.
Yeah.
Everybody hated his his politics on, not everybody, but anybody who was slightly, right of center hated his politics. I loved the short anti-Trump videos he did. He would come on for maybe a minute, say just a couple words. I thought they were great put downs. They were just brilliant. It was like the best video haiku.
But he'd always put the pauses in, kind of smile, and he'd tell everybody.
The pauses.
He'd always end it with "Be well." I always liked that about him.
I mean,
I didn't know he was a content creator.
Huh?
I didn't know that he was
Leak.
He had thousands and thousands and thousands of videos
on Live Leak. RW.
All gone and all just disappeared, huh?
All disappeared.
Gone
he
into
told
the
me
ether.
He told me he wanted to have a a place that had like a catalog of his thoughts at the time or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that place got dementia.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it did.
It's a shame it wasn't stored on the Wayback Machine.
It's the pictures and the comments and all that stuff are.
Yeah, but the
But you
videos
can't
themselves-
click. You can't click on a link to watch your videos, unfortunately. Because I would have I wish I would have known. I would have downloaded them.
Well, did you
How-
only upload to a cloud for LiveLeak or something? Wouldn't he have all of his documentation on his own drive?
They probably exist, but they're on a hard drive sitting in a warehouse or something.
No, he's talking about
I'm talking about Grandy.
your own copy of your original. Before you.
Oh well,
you only have so much storage, don't you? And obviously,
with me, it got to be so much easier to do it all with my iPhone because I could use the built-in movie editor, and it was so quick and so seamless. And then I would just upload it straight from my phone to the site. So you were not going to keep I did at least one regular video upload a week, probably, or close to it.
So you had to delete them off your iPhone.
Yeah, because it would have been several hours worth of high storage. Plus, back then, your phones only had a short amount of space on them.
Right.
Like 32 would have been average back then, or 64 or what, right?
So one video, as soon as you upload it, you had to delete it.
I was thinking 128 is small.
Yeah, exactly.
I can announce it now, but I just coming off a strike. I am as well, on YouTube.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, it's all right because I've done my that 3-month bullshit.
Okay.
But what I've had to do, I've had to delete like 200,000 views on my channel.
Oh.
Because I just looked at the topics and I just thought, like the old, men with penises wearing clothes, all those sort of character videos. Or I've had to, drag queen. They've all had to be deleted.
What was the strike for? What was the actual offense?
It was for the grape of Telford.
The hell is that?
Well, if you take the G off the front, you'll get the right answer.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So and that video was done about 2 years ago, and they struck me 3 months ago for it. So it's had no views for like fucking 17.5 months. And in fact, Tommy is in Telford tomorrow doing another, the same thing. But I'm not going actually.
Why not?
Well, it's too far away. I can't really afford it, and I'm on my own. The someone I would have gone with went up Friday night in a hotel, so I can't afford that. So fuck that.
I see. Yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't going to record on it because obviously YouTube are all over my ass.
Can't you just stay in one of those hotels where the immigrants are for free that night?
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
That reminds me of another story I heard out of the UK. It's a virtual reality rape that the police are investigating. I mean,
VR chat.
Is that seems like it's insanity, but
it seems like it's
might have a better thing on that one.
I've heard of it, but it's like a lot of these people reckon that they have something called I forget. Basically, they
mental illness.
No, not mental illness, but when they're in a VR environment, they get like phantom touch and sense, and if you try and touch them in VR, they actually feel it, like physically,
like a natural haptic suit.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like a phantom touch, and if you touch them, they'll feel it. And some of them don't like it if you touch them.
Well, what happens if you take your headset off?
Yeah, exactly.
If you what?
If you take your headset off?
If you take your headset off, then obviously you're not visually being stimulated by the
whole experience is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's anyway. Go ahead.
But if somebody comes up to you and starts doing something, and you get that sensation because you've got that kind of mental wiring that you get that kind of sensation, then it could be quite disturbing for someone to do that to you.
Yeah, I think we do have to have lines that we draw, and I'd say that virtual crimes are not crimes. I don't care how sensitive you are.
They can get banned and reported, and the law can go after them. And
I don't think the law should have anything to do with it. But I think
what was the level? What was the level of the graphics? Was it like Pokemon characters or like Twinkie boys, like weird ass shit?
No, it's like it was like anime style, 3D anime style with the
bouncing jubblies.
No, well, yeah, there is some of that in some of the VR characters. Some can actually have they can have like realistic waggling penises and things as well.
I know. I'm just saying, like, there's different levels of those VR rooms, and I'm curious. In this instance, was it like a?
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. I only heard a vague story of it. I didn't actually see the room or.
It just sounds extreme.
You know, like you guys have all seen some of those Japanimation ones with like all the bizarre sexual shit they do. Like, that's
of course not. I don't even know what you're talking about, Smokesteve. We should probably move on to another subject.
So can you imagine the virtual reality that the real hardcore fans of that are engaging in, where they're all like Japanimation sex
wishing
monsters?
that they had Phantom Touch?
You know what I mean, though? Like, it would seem like, on one sense, if it was a thing that people wanted, it's right there. Go ahead into a community with a bunch of other freaks and fucking get your rocks off. But, like, this lady, all of a sudden, she's in there, and then this shit's happening. But, like you said, like,
tentacles are touching me.
Take your thing off. Take your headset off. Do something else. Like,
turn the computer off.
Bizarre, dude.
Well, I had a pretty nasty reaction when I was playing a horror game, and there was like basically you stood in a subway station, and there's like big massive monsters and zombies coming towards you, and you can't actually physically move around. You're stood in place, and you can turn around and shoot these zombies, but they come at you like really fast. And I ripped my headset off because it shit me up that fucking much because you're in a dark subway. And these monsters just come out of darkness and just scare you. They're really realistic.
But you chose to put yourself in. See, I wouldn't even put myself.
I chose to put myself in there because I wanted that kind of experience of horror, but it was too much. And I had to. There was no way of quickly getting out of the situation by exiting the program. So the only course of action I could do was rip the headset off because it was just that overpowering.
Right. The user interface that I've seen for the Oculus is garbage. It does take a long time to go to the menu.
To exit the program, you have to press and hold for 3 seconds a menu button and then exit.
And 3 whole seconds? Dear God. Ethan, didn't you guys get one of those things?
When you're being rushed by these monsters and it just elicits
right there.
Response, you just can't exit quick enough. You just rip the headset off because it's the only thing you can do to get out of the situation.
Oh, wait a second, Ethan. When'd you get that? Like 15 months ago? Does it just sit there now? You don't use it anymore?
Well, it's kind of a pain, and it's for the PS4.
So, yeah,
it's cool.
The PSVR is horrible to sell. There's like 20 cables.
Yeah, it's cool, but
I think there's 4 cables, but
yeah, it's a process to get into it, you know.
Whereas the Oculus Quest, you just put it on your head and link up wirelessly to your PC, and then you're done.
And then you're in. Then you're.
My son has that.
VR.
Yep.
Is it awesome? Have you played it?
I have. It's real. What Biscuit's talking about, he can use his computer to process more gaming out of it.
Where to get higher fidelity and better graphics.
Yeah, my son, his isn't hooked up to his computer, so it's basically just like mobile phone technology almost.
Sure.
The graphics aren't.
Well, the chip is a Snapdragon XR2 chip, which is basically an upgraded mobile phone chip.
Right.
Oh, the Snapdragon XR2? Cool. Right on. I love that chip.
No, your phone might have if you've got a top-notch Android phone, then you've probably got a Snapdragon 8.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
I would be more on board with augmented reality. Like, you remember the old Google glasses where they were like computers? If they upgraded that technology, so you just
the Meta Quest 3 has pass-through, so you can have AR through the cameras of the headset.
But you still have a rig on your head, right? It's not, you're not just wearing a pair of
Well,
glasses.
you have a rig on your head with the glasses as well, but it's just not the Google Glass was less bulky. That's all.
Right. I'm just saying, in the future when they actually get.
Well, it's different too.
Technology
You're looking
that's
through a
small.
lens at the reality, where on the Oculus you're looking at a video.
Yeah, that's right. The golf game we just played at my bro's house. Yes. Wife is asking.
But they can change everything now. They can change like vital things from politicians. They can make up footage, make it to.
I was watching. Have you ever heard of the YouTuber Asmongold? Basically, somebody had a podcast where they were asking a AI version of this YouTuber questions, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh. Never heard of it.
But it's scary now because I've seen some speeches from politicians that are complete deep fakes. Trump and Biden.
Well, do you know what the worst part about that is? That anything that a politician says, they can say, "Oh, it was just AI. It wasn't really me."
Yeah. That's my point.
There was a phone call. There was a robocall. There was a robocall.
AI.
There was a robocall in New Hampshire of an AI Joe Biden encouraging people not to vote. And it had nothing to do with Joe Biden. It was complete AI fake that somebody just...
One of the Republicans was accused of something quite defamatory, and he basically said that was AI, and he never said it.
Yeah.
But one of his colleagues basically rebutted that and said, I heard him say it in real life.
Oh. What was it?
I can't remember. It was about 4 or 5 days ago.
What politician?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Sounds like BS to me.
I mean, there's the classic one, of course, where you've got a Trump supporter in 2020 that tells Biden supporters to vote the day after the election, or the day before the election, and in a meme, and he's just been sent to prison for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more than that, though, right? It was because he had actual number people could call or something.
What?
It was something like, but it was something very similar.
No. Because I give up everything there. His crime was he did a meme, and in the meme it said to go and vote the day before or the day after the elections. I think it was the day after.
Yeah.
And obviously people fell for it, the retards, very few people, but that was his crime. I didn't think there was anything else.
Yeah, there are other, it was funny is there are other people that tweeted the same thing on the other side and didn't get prosecuted, but I don't know. My understanding is he's free pending appeal, but I'm not.
Electoral interference, I think, is what they're doing it for.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. They're calling it Douglas Mackey. He posted a Hillary Clinton meme ahead of the 2016 election. And it was prior to telling voters to vote from home by texting Hillary to 59925, right. Which was nothing. It was a fake number that led nowhere. So he got 7 months in prison for that. So
breaking news, guys! Vince McMahon resigns from WWE and UFC parent company TKO after allegations. I don't know what the allegations were. I didn't hear that part.
Sexual miscall.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. It's like he had a sex slave that he had.
Was he?
What are the
Was
chances?
was he listed on Jeffrey Epstein Island?
I don't know, but he's way older than I thought. He's like 78 now, and this happened
Was that the ring
started
announcer
in
guy?
started in 2020. So he was what, 75?
He had his very own Wrestle Barbie.
Can
And
you
he
tell
had
me
this
what
chick
his name
hired
again?
that he
Vince
had
McMahon. He looks like he's
Oh,
about
yeah,
to
the
bust a
announcer.
blood vessel out of his
Yeah.
forehead.
Yeah,
and now he
the
colors it.
announcer.
He dyes his hair, and he looks like the guy that shot his wife at the.
Is he the announcer, the guy that like goes woo, you know?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he's more the promoter, I thought.
He's a very wealthy,
Announcer.
very
I ain't watched
influential too,
wrestling
because
for a long
he's
time.
real good friends with Trump.
You know, you've seen him in memes. I know it. You know his face. There's no way you haven't seen his face.
He was basically in charge of the WWE or WWC or WWF being as popular as they are today.
WWF, baby.
So what was his crime again? He had a sex slave.
In 2020 he had this young girl working, and he supposedly sent messages back and forth to her that he controls who she's with, and he would share naked pictures and videos of her with all the other wrestlers. And
how did he get those naked photos?
I mean, I don't know. And then he would recruit some of them to have like threesomes, I guess, with him and her, I guess, or something.
What are the chances?
And who? Booker T?
It was against her will, supposedly.
The Hawk.
Oh no, the Hawk, not the Hawk.
Maybe he was
Hawk?
snapping into a Slim Jim with Randy Savage.
One of the things I know is a real tricky thing is they cross state lines. So I think that really ramps up things when they do that.
Oh, and another thing as well, it might be like the old moniker, you know, keep the dress in the airing cupboard for 18 months. You know the one.
It's a lapel, or what do they call those things? Speedos?
Well,
No, it's a.
I don't know, but I believe it was all over a chest area on the monikers. It was all the evidence.
Yeah.
All the evidence was.
I believe it's the Mann Act comes into play when you cross state lines for purposes of
the Vince McMahon.
trafficking.
But not the act of doing what we were just saying on a dress either. Not the Man Act.
The Mann Act I'm thinking of has two ends.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
And last dance, so everyone, just when you mentioned the Mann Act, a lot of the way they've been doing the child rape gangs, or some people call them groomers, they've been doing them on trafficking because they've been taking the girls in a taxi somewhere or taking the girls in a car. So they haven't been getting them done for rape because it's really hard or great. They've been getting them done for trafficking because they took them from an A to a B. They took them to a place or from a place.
Sure.
So that's what they've been getting them done for. Mainly.
You know what the original name of the Mann Act was? It was called the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910.
Interesting.
So the white woman in trouble act.
Makes it a felony to engage in interstate or foreign commerce transport of any woman or girl for the purpose of.
So I'm guessing it only applied to white women at the time.
I honestly don't know, because 1910 is well after the end of slavery.
Emancipation.
Yeah, but it was well before the Equality Act of.
Yeah, it makes me want to go look up the original text of the act.
I need some eye bleach.
Yeah. Not that act. The law.
No, either one, buddy. You look into history sometimes.
What was the black woman who fought for rights on buses? So the
Harriet Tubman, right?
Mary Parks. That's it. Yeah,
Mary Parks. That's right.
Yeah.
I was close, right? Same country, at least. Different bus. Damn it.
Same sex.
I only heard about that because it was on an episode of Doctor Who.
I can't remember the last time I mentioned the
Rosa
name.
Parks.
So
Rosa Parks.
Yeah, Rosa Parks.
Rosa
That's
Parks.
it. Yeah, Rosa Parks.
Right. English. Yeah, Ashley. Welcome, Ashley.
The bus boycott. Montgomery? Is that where it was?
If I got the first part that wrong, I'm not answering any more questions.
Well, I said Mary, mind you, I got it wrong.
Yeah, I backed you up, man.
Well, I only
Yeah.
knew what she did. I've just got a shit memory.
Montgomery
these days.
bus boycott. I was right. I get 10 points.
I'm doing a lot of these Bidenisms these days as I'm getting older, I think.
What?
Well, you get. I'm getting half answers correctly. I've been noticing. I've been getting like, Biden can't remember any name of any of his colleagues.
We're all getting senile, dude.
You did better than RW, and you did way better than me.
Hey, who's counting?
Hello.
Who's counting? Who's counting? Ah.
Kentucky in the house. Hello, Kentucky. Good to see our friend Ashley.
I suppose you could have been worse, RW. You could have said Betty White.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there I could have picked.
So Texas as a state has got to the 26th.
It is the 26th.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it 26 over there for you now?
Yeah, the day's over, man. Done, been and done. Actually, no, Texas is still a little bright out.
I'm incorrect what I'm saying here. Correct me, but is it Texas, the state, is given in to the federal now, or are they not?
They have not.
They have not.
Well, it's certainly after business hours in Texas. It's 7. I think it's actually 6:20 in I'm sorry, 8:20 in Texas.
Yeah, it should be. I mean,
it should be 2 hours, right? Not 1.
No, I think they're central. Are they central?
Ethan, are you on the same time as Texas?
I'll look it up. Oh,
I don't know if they're. I don't know if the west part of Texas
that
might have a line,
Yeah,
but they're
probably right.
they're directly underneath me.
Yeah, they are. They're beneath you, Ethan.
So when you flush,
squint hard enough, I can see them.
They have to run for cover.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not over base. They're drawing the lines in the sand. The Oklahoma's sending their National Guard there. So by tomorrow, by the end of the weekend, there's going to be a lot more news.
Oh, yeah.
On hot and muggy days, they have to duck too.
So are these
Unless
the
I
guys
just
who
got
go
out of
for
school.
like 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year? They're going to be suiting up to go down and guard the border?
I don't have
I think
any
they would
idea.
station them there for
What
a
the
while.
fuck? Do these guys even know what they're going to... Like, I can see when you send them to a disaster. Go help people. Yeah, okay.
It's a disaster.
Fucking A right. But I don't even know. Like, you can't really help them. Are they criminals? Are they not criminals? Do you send them back to the river? Do you stand there with an M16 and like...
The wording was to throw them over the border.
You send them straight back. You send them.
Yeah,
straight
no processing them. It's just grabbing them by their shirt and whoop.
Yeah. Will they have ammunition? Will they have
Well,
rifles?
No. You tell the Mexicans straight what the fucking score is, right? And you tell the Mexicans that you're taking them back. We'll help you to get them out of your country as well, to pass them on to their
Aren't
own
they
nation.
all Mexicans, or are
Yeah,
they,
I was thinking the same thing.
They're not all Mexicans. They're from all Central and South America.
Yeah.
No, and dude, I just was reading about a story. There's a whole section that you can come up through San Diego, very dangerous area to come up through over there. There was Kurdish people, Sub-Saharan African, Ecuadorian, all doing this trek together. A little 3-year-old fucking kid hanging off of the father's shoulder while they're trying to walk 5, 6, 7 hours a day. I mean, these people, you probably tell them, like, well, the National Guard's going to be there with guns. They're going to be like, well, it's the Sinaloa cartel or the Guard. I'll take the Guard. They're probably just going to go and give themselves up and claim asylum. Now, I have a thing that I believe about this asylum. I think probably 1 in 10,000.
Even more than that. Wow.
1 in 10,000 probably has an asylum claim that's legitimate.
Right.
I would say the rest of them are just trying to get here for a better life. That's
So why don't we just go to war with Mexico so that they can claim asylum?
Okay, so do you know what we take? Do you know what the UK takes percentage-wise? I think it's something like 83% we claim. And just another one. There was some viral footage I seen of a chap coming over the border, and he was being videos, and he said, "Oh, you're all laughing now. That's because you don't know me." Well, it turns out he's now been ID'd, and he's a murderer. He's from somewhere, I can't exactly remember whether it's Syria or Azerbaijan, somewhere around Eastern Europe, and he's a murderer. And they've identified him, but of course he's now in the America. He was just given a little appointment card, given an address.
It's been nice speaking to you all, guys. I'm gonna go bed and get nice and early fish on.
Don't forget to feed your maggots, dude.
Good seeing you, Biscuit. I didn't get to talk to you.
Yeah, you too, Aphid.
Great to see you.
Biscuit, really great.
I haven't checked my maggots. They might all be dead, so I'll be fishing with the boilies and.
So you just have more maggots, feast on the old dead maggots.
No, they've been at the lowest temperatures possible. They're probably all just dead.
Good times. Enjoy the fishing.
Yeah,
enjoy Pal World.
Steve,
I will do tomorrow afternoon. I'll be enslaving some more pals.
Hey, record some of it and post a video.
I might do. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that though.
Or if you do Twitch, man, and throw it down in someone's server, you'll get people there.
Yeah,
absolutely. Put it on the Discord or whatever you want. Send it to me. I'll put it on my YouTube channel. But sleep well, brother.
Yep. Good night, guys.
Later. What do you want me to pin the comment?
Well, if you could. I mean, did anyone else see this clip that I watched?
I didn't. What are we talking about?
The guy basically, they were just filming him crossing the border, and he said he was remarking, "You may laugh now, but you don't know who I am."
Yeah. I saw that one for sure. I'm happy to watch it again.
Well, where did you see it? Because I can't remember where I see it. I think I seen it on Telegram.
I saw it on X. I saw it all over the place. I think it was mostly on X.
What was it? What would you title in on X for that?
You don't know me, but you will know me.
Yeah.
You're not intelligent enough to know me. Basically, if you say his quote, it should come up.
Yeah.
And you'll see posts with what they believe is facial recognition of him being a terrorist watch individual. Hopefully not too many of those boys came across the border.
Oh, you don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? That's it.
I was debating someone that was very optimistic about the percentage of bad experiences that are coming across the border. And I don't know how many people have that worldview, but I hope they're right.
Yeah, I would say there's a fair amount of people who want to commit bad, harmful things to America coming over.
Or just other people in general.
I mean, you would think that border would be too... Wouldn't you think they'd just come down through the woods up north?
I'm not sure why all the trafficking is coming through Mexico myself.
Right.
That's a good point.
The whole border with Canada is... I don't know. I mean...
And it's not really protected like that.
Oh, there's some protection, but there's massive lakes that the border runs right through, of course.
Yeah, I did a little vacation once in an area of Minnesota called the Boundary Waters.
Of course.
It's enormous.
Did you watch all the headlamps running across the lake at night, or?
No, there were none. But I mean, it's all unguarded border.
Any Bigfoot sightings? Wood knocking? Whoops.
No Bigfoots.
Nothing. Not one wood knock?
No.
Did you watch Les Stroud's production on that stuff?
Of course.
I didn't watch it. I watched 1 or 2 episodes, but I was like, dude, this isn't for me.
Yeah, I'd watch it because I'm a fan of his. He's a good guy.
Do you believe in Sasquatch?
Parzival.
Oh, Parzival's
No, hell no. No fucking way. I believe in extraterrestrial life way before I believe in some giant
dude, what if
Sasquatch
is extraterrestrial?
No way. I heard some...
I just blew it.
There's a whole theory going around of Teddy Roosevelt making all the national parks secretly. Those are areas that harbor big caving systems, which is where the Sasquatch lives. That's such right. That not the fact that he was an avid outdoorsman and an amazing hunter, that he might want to save these places for future generations for all of those uses, anything above.
Wasn't he shooting bears, Teddy Roosevelt?
Oh hell yeah! He shot every damn thing that could walk upon the earth. I'm sure, dude. He was a hunter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. It wasn't Winnie the Pooh one.
But he did love the outdoors, you know.
Did you guys see the boat just recently posted of the migrants in Cali that just took a boat full speed into the shore and like ran? They just crashed the boat. It's to the side of the beach rock and ran up the hill and into the country. I was just like, dude, you got to have a pair of huevos on you to make those life choices.
It's a
You're
strength.
gonna get a boat, crash it, we're in, boys.
RW, it's a strength. Never forget it's a strength.
What is a strength?
Where in California? You must have been Northern California.
Diversity, you know, like boats going ramming into the coast and, you know, dispersing into the
point that
land.
people were making is that they had to pass the SEAL base, or like 3 SEAL bases or something, to even get to that point in the beach to show that the Coast Guard.
It was near San Diego where they do BUDS training and all that.
Okay.
Yeah. One of those open outer beaches there. Speaking of the SEALs, may I just say rest in peace to the 2 SEALs who just lost their lives. That was pretty tragic.
What's the story?
I don't. Yeah, that is the question. What is the story? I never. Nothing public makes any sense. So there's something that's not being said.
One of the SEALs, I heard, fell into the water, and the other one jumped in after to save him.
I saw that, but what exactly would there be a SEAL operation going on off the coast of Somalia that was dangerous enough that they would take those risks and end up losing too? You're
right, and frankly, these guys are incredible swimmers. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, are we talking like 10-foot, 12-foot seas here? Or are we talking rocks? What the hell happened? Yeah,
I mean, what else was happening there, right? What was going on?
Wouldn't they wear some sort of life aid as well? If not like a traditional life jacket that we would wear, some sort of buoyancy around the waist.
Yeah, that was the other thing, is that I'm surprised they're not wearing, extensive safety gear.
I mean, the SEALs, no disrespect, will have quite a lot thrown at it money-wise. So I can't see why they wouldn't have like some sort of buoyancy, and that surely the buoyancy would make sure that they face the right way, so that they, because they do it for like recreational sort of stuff, don't they?
So, we're only getting. That must have been a sensitive operation, and we're not getting.
Yeah, but it's not. You're not getting. The only thing you're getting is the 2 SEALs died, and nothing else adds up. Like you said, nothing else adds up. Why are we trying to make sense of that?
You remember this guy, Last Dance?
Oh yeah, of course I do.
Is he cool?
Yes. I remember him with a shaved head, but I think it's the same guy.
You want to bring him on? Can you bring him on?
Yeah, I can bring him on.
All right, it's on you.
Hi.
Looks like him.
I'm glad I was wrong.
How you doing?
First of all, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks, and you?
Very good, thank you.
Yeah. Where are you from?
North Carolina.
Okay.
Massachusetts, here in New England.
Maryland, a few states down from Smokesteve along the coast.
Maryland, yeah.
I'm in the center of the U.S., St. Louis, Missouri.
Center. But he's on the left side of center, but I don't know. Base Walshman, where are you from?
I'm Chris from Germany, about 80 kilometers from Cologne.
Okay. Cologne, Germany.
Smells good over there, I heard.
Picture Caesar.
Dad jokes.
Oh, God.
Is that where BMWs are made?
Pardon?
BMW, Bavarian Motorwork cars, BMWs, are they made near there?
Yeah, my mother is Bavarian,
Okay.
but I live in North Rhine-Westphalia. And,
Cool, buddy.
No,
What was in the glass? Is that some fine German beer that we may have never heard of, or is it just, something average?
I drink some Bavarian beer tonight, but next I have some English Christmas ale. It's because we had some Christmas ale on Christmas, and it's the rest.
You got to drink it, right? You ain't gonna let it go bad, right, Parzival? There you go.
You said west or east from Cologne?
Christmas ale. Very nice.
80 kilometers east from Cologne.
Is that Sagan?
Siegen, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you know it? No.
No, I'm looking up on the internet. I'm just trying. I
So, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Province.
Chris, what news are you getting from Germany at the moment, especially with what's going on with the farmers, etc.?
Alles die Scheiße.
The farmers. Are you getting big news with the farmers, with the protests?
Yeah, the farmers do protests against our government, and I think they are right.
Damn straight.
Now, what exactly is the government trying to push on these farmers? I've seen them all over Europe, for that matter. What is going on here?
And the government wants to. The farmers has.
It's all about net zero. It's all about net zero. Everything's about net zero.
Carbon.
The farmers have some subventions.
What is it called when they cover the cost of corn? The government.
Subvention.
Subsidies, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you're the guy that shaved his head because you wanted to see some. I can't remember which girl it was. Smoke a cigarette.
I think. Well, I think. I know which girl it was.
Was it a German girl?
No. I think
a redhead. A redhead.
I think someone on this panel knew that girl very well.
Oh,
you.
Me?
No, the one that spoke just before you.
Oh, me?
Base.
Yeah, you.
Who's do I know?
It was a long time.
It was someone who knew you.
It was a redhead, right?
No.
Old school redhead?
No, it was a English, a UK woman. Well, some of the others on the panel will remember better.
We had a UK woman here? What the fuck?
I can't remember.
Oh, am I
I don't think
forgetting
she was a
that?
regular. Did she just come to see Based or something? Based brought her in or something?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Sounds better than
Cup
Crinkle.
of tea will remember.
Nobody knows. Paka, how you doing, buddy? They want us to eat bugs.
That's right.
Bugs.
Did you see?
I eat ocean bugs. I like crab, shrimp, lobster,
Did you see the
clams.
trend in
And you-
South Korea eating
And you'll be
toothpicks?
happy.
Yeah, I did see the trend in South Korea eating toothpicks, and people are having to have gastro surgeries to remove the toothpicks from their fucking intestines because they're getting impaled down there. Deep fried toothpicks.
So basically, like, I don't get it. Once they deep fry it and they chew it, it turns back into a spear.
Well, I think the concept was like it will be funny. People can use it as a toothpick, but it'll still taste like a fried food after their meal's over. Like kitschy, never with the intention of people eating it. But of course, the geniuses that us humans are, the way we pronounce genius, or, they ate it, all these people. I think it was actual food. And
Without frying it?
No, fried. They're taking the fried. They're getting the fried toothpicks and now consuming it. And the restaurant was like, "No, don't eat. But too late.
Do you remember the horror product called Magnatech, which was like super magnets for kids?
Oh yeah, I have them. Buckyballs.
Right
Yeah.
now, right there was basically the product killed one child and seriously injured multiple. I don't know the numbers, but we're talking mostly dozens, even hundreds. And what it was the kids were eating the magnets.
I heard about this.
They eat one magnet and they'll wait 2 hours and eat another magnet, and then as they're passing through the intestines, they would join together.
Right.
And it was like very, very, very serious.
Right. So they would pass each other in 2 different layers of the intestinal tract and then click together.
Yeah.
And then
you can imagine.
I have them, and I have them in my drawer. I was like, because they were such a fun toy, and then I saw them all disappear. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I look it up, and I see what you're saying. It was actually banned because it was killing kids. And that was the same time that my boys were like 3 and 5 years old. So I was like, dude, they still want them. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. At that age, when kids put everything in their mouth, they don't know. Especially when there's stuff out there like that looks sort of like it. That's a candy. That's
and the thing was
circular like that.
They were all different shapes and sizes. And the thing is about these Magnatechs, they were really clever if used properly. You could see why people liked using them or whatever. You could do stuff with them, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
But obviously in the wrong hands, in a younger sibling's hands, and if you've got like a 7-year-old and then you've got like a 3-year-old or a 1-year-old, isn't it? Fucking crazy.
That's right. I'm looking at it here.
And the damage, like I said, I seen it's horrific.
Did you guys have lawn darts in the UK?
Oh, lawn darts.
Yeah, so like you took this, they gave you this circle. It was like a 2-foot circle. And then these darts that were weighted on one end with like a chunk of metal. And they had fins and feathers or flights like a dart for dartboard.
Mm.
And you would throw them up in the air and try to get them to land in these circles. It was sort of like a horseshoes, but even more dangerous than a 1-pound piece of iron flying through the air. It was a 1-pound piece of iron with a 4-inch or 3-inch spike on the tip. So yeah,
man. Those were fun, dude.
There were fatalities of little kids that were killed by these things, dude.
I'm sure.
Can you imagine?
Okay.
I'm imagining what they look like. I don't know what they're looking like, but I'm imagining it.
Was that the 90s? Was that the?
No, that was the 70s.
Was it? Okay, I remember them in the 90s.
I remember them. Of
Well,
course.
I'm sure they're still around somewhere.
I played with them.
I remember them.
So did I.
Those 3 men slingshots you used to like fire water balloons from.
Oh, we got into a lot of trouble with those.
Yeah,
we called it a winger, was what we called them.
Yeah,
Well,
I got into a lot of
water
trouble.
balloon?
I got into
Did
a lot
you?
of trouble. Yeah.
What'd you do with it?
We well, of all accounts, we damaged a car with it. A VW.
What'd you
Golf.
shoot with it?
Just a fucking balloon. He was lying. He's full of
The
shit.
balloon? The balloon hurt a car?
Yeah, full of water.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Parzival, you have a question in chat. Just so you know.
Kicked off.
No,
campsite.
I'm only drunk.
Okay. Kind of problem.
He doesn't want to read.
Right.
Hey, Finn, you could aim it really well, can you? The 3-man.
Yeah, if you used it for a while, you get pretty good at it.
You get your eye in, can you? Definitely.
What can you guys explain this a little bit more? Me and Bottle Cap are curious exactly what you're talking about here.
Well, maybe it'd be better for me because you can see me, but like it's a long rubber band basically with a handle at both ends, and then in the center, it's like a canvas pocket. Yeah,
I understand the handle on the back. What were you flicking?
So two people step about like 12 foot apart, and then one person just pulls all the way back, and you pull all the way back like maybe 15 foot, up until you really can't anymore, and your two mates are like holding the handle either end, and
Yeah.
they're holding their hand up in a fist, like they're pointing to the sky.
Like
So
this, they're holding it real tight.
Yeah, so they're doing like a Nazi salute sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, and of course, between the way you angle and the way they angle, we were firing it like 300 yards. 300
Oh
yards.
yeah.
What were you firing though? What were you firing?
A water
balloons.
balloon. A balloon
Yeah.
filled
Oh.
with water.
I thought you said it was like on fire or something. I was like, wait, how did you do that?
And you could be really, really close, and it wasn't like luck. You really could get close and quite consistently close to where you're aiming.
Sure.
Right.
And
But you could put other things in there like eggs and baseball, whatever you
Small
want.
children.
Yeah. Well,
the ball bearings.
maybe a hamster.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, I can tell you this story actually, because I couldn't talk about that hotel in West Wales. I can tell you about it. There was these things going around called black ninjas. They sounded like Antifa, but they weren't. What they were doing, they were because it wasn't me, but they've already been convicted for the charge. They were putting slingshots into the windows of the building, and they got caught in the end via a tattoo.
What were the charges? Just destruction of property?
Yeah, criminal damage, I think. I don't know what his charges were, but he got done because he wore a pair of shorts. He got like a tattoo on his leg. But,
so they got it on camera.
Yeah, but it was hilarious. He went nuts. He went fucking crazy. And they've got him like doing it one time, obviously, but he went nuts. But over a couple of weeks.
Huh.
Why not just... Oh, I see you're pulling your glasses down, Aphid. I thought you were holding your folded glasses up to read. I was like, why not just put them on?
It takes too long.
Oh.
We lost Parzival. Not enough smoking women.
Sorry, guys. I'll dress up next week.
That's real cool.
You're welcome.
That's a shame that we can't get two women to join in and smoke on here.
Well, you have the girl from Germany that comes in once in a while. Ashley comes in once in a while. Is there any chance of joining us tonight, Ashley?
But she doesn't smoke.
Oh.
He wants smoking women. I mean, I'd love to have Ashley eat. Ashley should join. But yeah,
do you really want to be whoring girls out? Shit.
Exactly.
Creepy fetishes.
Read about the Mann Act.
Yeah, she only vapes.
Yeah, I mean that's close. That's a compromise. Someone's got to compromise somewhere. Damn.
It can only be some creepy sexual fetish that he wants somebody
This is one of those if you give an inch things where you just don't want to give an inch. And I'm pretty sure the requests will never end.
Maybe he only has an inch to give, my friend.
I mean, he shaved his head last time he was on here to see somebody do that.
I know. We could repeat that if we could get the required smoking females, but I don't think we're...
I might be able to get two people to deep fake it.
I don't know. Just Evo 20.6 total
phrase,
available cannabinoids.
Something.
The ends is not outweighs the means. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's another phrase like the I don't know. The drink is not worth the I don't know, the process. There's a phrase. This is Base Wells from was talking about. It's on somewhere on the tip of my brain, but I'm never going to find it.
What the hell is this shit? What's Osmosis Jones on a balloon? What the hell is she?
So she makes balloons for her daughter, and she makes cartoon caricatures and Sharpie marker on the balloon and hangs them up on the wall.
Oh,
and
cute.
Osmosis Jones is a film with Roger Rabbit where it's real humans. It's Bill Murray.
Sure.
And who did the voice of Osmosis Jones? Not Chris Rock. Who's the other? Who played Ruby Rod on? No, damn it, Ashley. Who
Tucker?
played the voice? Is it Chris Tucker? No, it's not. It's fuck. Ashley knows. She'll know.
Chris Rock. She
Chris
said
Rock.
Just mentioning, if I mentioned the words or the name Tom Hanks, what would you think at the moment? Does anyone?
Oh, definitely. He was a child groomer, and that whole him getting COVID was a complete hoax.
I was thinking of the movie Big, honestly, but that stuff too now.
So you know, can you explain yourself a bit more, Aphid? Because
why don't you go where you were going to go first?
Barnstable's back.
Well, no, Stephen Crowder has just released a video, and it's to do with Black Rock, in fact, and Black Rock's director, email, was in these very much child grapey, sort of dark websites.
Jesus.
Yeah, he released the story. He's released the story, and he believes it's true, and they're all threatening him now. So yeah, it's on Rumble. It is. I haven't actually watched I was planning to watch it tonight. So.
Or this morning for you, right?
Yeah.
I almost don't want to know, because Tom Hanks is a saint.
Oh yes.
It actually hasn't. The connection is Tom Hanks is a pedo, but actually that wasn't the connection I was talking about with when I realized. Yeah, it's a Black Rock executive. She's a woman as well.
Huh.
There was a woman's email that seems to be appearing on these grapey channels.
I have never personally seen anything at all off-putting about Tom Hanks, aside... No, nothing. I mean, I like his movies.
You don't remember anything during COVID?
I mean, like... No,
yeah, can you refresh me on that one? Because I think I do remember bits, but
it was right at the beginning of. He was the first. It was like
one of the first to get done.
There was that 2-day period of time where like the NBA canceled their games, and like you realized COVID was real, and Tom Hanks was down in Australia filming a movie, and he got it. And there was this whole big thing about. It was, keep in mind this was around the time of the Wayfair challenge.
Right. That's what Rudy Gobert had it. He was a basketball player, and he was like joking around with one of the benches, getting all close and shit. Then like the next day they were like, Rudy Gobert test positive for COVID. And he was like, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, right. Now I'm right with you in that timeline.
There was this thing, and it was that it was a cover-up because Tom Hanks really was getting interviewed because he was in charge of this whole child sex ring thing.
In relation to Mayfair, or just something different?
I mean, no, it was just, this is the time I was just, I feel like we've come a long way,
Do you know, do you remember?
There's no more fake allegations being slung around anymore. Us as humans have evolved, and we don't do that anymore.
Well, his accuser accused him and a number of other high-profile people in Hollywood, and repeated these claims on a number of occasions, and then said, "No, I was mistaken. I was incorrect. This is not correct." And at the end of the statement, he said, "And by the way, I'm not suicidal." 3 days later, he was found at the bottom of a bridge.
Who was this?
You didn't know you're supposed to walk across the bridge on the top, or what?
Well, yeah, I know. A bit of Russia, I think, going on. Tall buildings and stuff.
What was your question, Steve?
Who are we talking about?
So the person that made the accusations against Tom Hanks and other high-profile he repeated his claim multiple times, then pulled it back, and at the end of the statement said, "I'm not suicidal." And 3 days later, he was found at the bottom of a bridge.
What Base is trying to say is Tom Hanks has the same power as Putin, and when you hear he was at the bottom of a bridge, he was really killed and thrown off this bridge by the elite that Tom Hanks is, controlling with his strength.
Tom
so
Hanks?
to speak. That's what Base is trying to tell you right now. You're not reading between the lines, Last Dance.
Okay.
I was curious if you heard anything about the Instagram posts that Tom Hanks was putting out that were very strange during that period of time, and there's a conspiracy theory around the meanings of the photos.
Yeah, so he would take photos of a single glove. But I don't know what to read into that. But basically, he's done about like a dozen posts of single gloves just found on the floor. So
I mean, if he knew that people were reading things into his posts, I think he would, and I would respect him for it if he just did it to troll the shit out of people.
Yeah, I understand that.
Each their own. As long as they're not diddling kids, man.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, are you making that up, or is there proof of diddling children?
I don't have enough base information on it to be able to say much. I just know it was going around during that period of time.
Yeah, I mean, going around is going around, but who got the go around? Old Trumpy, 83 million's worth. That's something that actually.
Yeah, but is he going to pay it? He says he's appealing it.
Yeah,
Does that mean he doesn't pay?
Well, we'll see.
I mean, I know everyone. I know everyone scoffs sometimes at what I say. But I mean, it has been proven on quite a lot of subjects that might have, have been a conspiracy at the time, but turns out a year later it's reality. So it's.
Which ones?
Well, like the Nord Stream pipeline for a start. I was getting scoffed multiple times on the Nord Stream. That was always
about what? That it was.
Well, it was a setup. It was a false flag. It was a
I don't know if that's a conspiracy theory.
Well, when I gave the reasons why, I said because the people you follow the money. Now Germany are buying their gas and oil from America, and they're paying an inflated price on that. So the people who earned it was the Americans out of it in the day, like they do. Of all types of war, and no one believed me. You don't believe that point now, but you do now believe that it wasn't Russians. Surely, maybe you're halfway there, but it was all down to like, where are Europe going to buy their gas oil from? They're going to buy it from America.
Why wouldn't they buy it?
I don't know. I think that most people thought that. I mean, I'm not speaking for most people. I know I did. I thought that was a plausible, and still is. But like some things like the Wayfair thing and this Tom Hanks thing,
Okay.
The Nikki Haley's husband getting beat in San Francisco by the crazy guy because he was gay. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I mean,
I didn't know about that.
You guys can understand me getting them too confused. Sorry.
No, I mean, I get the joke, but it's not something you should joke about.
Yeah, but I understand your point too. That I'm not always correct in conspiracy theories. You're not going to get them all correct, because they are theory at some point.
Which is fun to talk about.
But that's my thing. That people like you, and I'm not pointing you out, Base, because you brought this on yourself. But
but not you in general.
But you complain about the media getting, and I'm not saying you're at the same level that you should have the same credibility that the media has. But I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, where more and more people are getting their information, just like you were talking earlier, where they're leaving mainstream media because of people like you are pleading, don't listen to them, listen to people like me.
Well,
are we? You don't have the same credibility that they do.
Well,
You don't have the same. You don't have the same track record that they do.
I don't tell anyone to listen to me. I go on my stream. I say, I don't know. Thanks for tuning in. If you've tuned in, and if you're still here, and we're an hour and a half into here, share it out and give me a like. I'm not forcing them to tune into me. They can tune into what they want to tune into. I certainly don't promote my channel very well. I just try and.
But definitely you can see that there's a hypocrisy there when you would call out somebody else.
I'm an activist.
Having a better track record than you do.
One of my mods sorted out some business cards, and it says on there activist. I'm a videographer, activist. I said, "But activist, then I'm an activist." You know, I'm biased. I'm not going to deny the facts. I'm not pretending to be not biased. You know.
Aphid, you believe that the media is in good faith?
Are they in good faith? No. I mean, they're out for advertising bucks. They're nothing more. They're not. Their goal is not to provide us with the best knowledge that we can have to make decisions in our life. But their goal is to sell advertising to keep you watching their channel.
So why
whatever means possible?
Why organically would people not go towards journalists that are there to give good information quickly?
Well, where does that exist?
I believe it's upcoming on X. I feel like X is becoming that.
Well, can I promote an actual a news channel that's trying to be mainstream and very good? It's called Gripped Media in Ireland. So any Irish news at all, and there's loads of shit going on Islands, sub to their channel and check. They do like 5-minute posts, but like they ask all the right questions. All the politicians squirm over it. They hate Grip Media, and they're trying to ban Grip Media in Ireland. Once again, a bit like Poland have done, and a bit like what Canada have done, where they end up controlling the media completely.
How do they ban it? Is that by a democracy vote? Like, how do they do that? Corporates ban?
Because they done a report the other day, and they repeated what the Irish Times repeated, what the Irish Times have put down on a developing event was that stabbing, and they got a bit of the story wrong. But none of the other media were reporting on anything at all. They just kept everything shut down.
Not why did they get banned, but how do they actually get banned from as being a news source in a country? Like, how could they be stopped?
Well, for example, RT's banned in the UK. You can't get RT.
Are they still producing and you just can't receive it?
Well, in Gripped Media's case, I would have thought they're an Irish brand. They're pretty much fucked if they're banned from Ireland.
Can't they just post their information on X or another platform to still get it out without using?
X has got their European base in Ireland, so it's another.
You could still get RT in England. You have to go to the RT.com website. But, I suspect what Base is saying is that whoever carries, like cable companies or whatever they have in the UK, they're not allowed to carry RT.
Based on a corporate decision?
No, based on a government decision.
Government decision. Yeah.
Okay.
They have a regulator.
So, these liberal democracies, they like banning like channels that doesn't follow the narrative. You know how it runs. You know how it is.
Of course.
Is RT is Russia Today, right?
Yes.
Correct.
That's a Russian state media company.
Correct.
Yeah, like the BBC.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, kind of, and sort of like NPR, but NPR is kind of a hybrid, I guess you could say.
Yeah, NPR is a hybrid for sure.
I think of classical music when I think of NPR.
Yeah, I never hear classical on there.
You had a point and you got talked over. What was your point?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I don't think anybody is abandoning what you would think of as traditional media because people like Based or anybody tells them to abandon. I think they have come to their own conclusions based on,
and they're abandoning it though. They're still abandoning it.
They are abandoning it, but not because they've been told to.
Yeah, exactly.
They no longer trust them because they've come to their own conclusions.
Consistently.
I guess my point is they're putting their and I'm not, because it always sounds like I'm sticking up.
No, I know. You don't have.
Are they paying you, Aphid?
No one's accusing you.
But I think that people are leaving and
going for even less reliable
going for
news.
even more.
No,
yeah.
I know what you're saying,
and they don't. It's and I'm not saying that mainstream media is the answer, by far from that. But I don't think leaving it and going and getting, like RW keeps saying XXXXX.
Triple X, bro.
That's not their track record is horrible, absolutely horrible.
Why? I mean,
it's
you see stuff all the time
on there that are more credible than others.
That you're just convinced that that's the way it is, and then you don't even. It comes out that it's not that way, and it's so far out of your memory by the time it comes out that it's not true that it doesn't even matter because you've moved on to other.
I feel like I'm being put in a box that I'm not in, but okay.
Okay, point of contention though with X, it is a platform. Obviously, you're going to have varying degrees of legitimacy with the newsmakers. I think B&O News, I think Raw's Alerts basically give live news updates, breaking news. Those ones are great. You can get news faster from them on breaking stuff than mainstream media. Now, when it comes to in-depth stories that you have to dig for, investigative reporting, yes, that's a whole different ballgame. That's an individual thing that you have to find and search for the good ones, in my opinion. And the good ones are non-existent. They don't exist anymore. There are no good investigative reporters that are unbiased these days. They're all fucking biased.
Well, they only exist technically, I would suggest, on Twitter, those unbiased ones, because you can still make good journalism on Twitter threads when you can like part 4, part 10 and all that sort of business. It is quite hard, but it can be done. But yeah, mainstream media is I think it's mostly wounded. I think the public have woken up. The way they've been treated over the last 4 years with Kung Flu and the 100% effectivity, and then the 99, then 95, then all the way down to 40%.
You know that the ad industry is going to have to do a major overhaul then if television starts to bite the dust and everyone's switching over to internet.
I really think you have to always distinguish between these different forms of media. I mean, we've sort of had, the LA Times, the print newspapers are one kind of media, and that world, their problems are different than the world of, say, network news like CBS, ABC, and CNN. Media. I mean, I think they're just all different. And something like the LA Times, I mean, they're suffering because all local news is suffering. The same thing's happening here in Baltimore. The Baltimore Sun is, got bought out for pennies on the dollar by a conservative buyer that people are, having a shit about it. But the local news is suffering everywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, whether it's unbiased or not. People don't want to go out and pay for a newspaper. They go online and get it for free. They're not willing to pay.
Yeah.
So
I think print media is in a much worse predicament than like legacy media.
Right.
Yeah.
In the UK, it's the same. Exactly the same in the UK.
There's always going to be a need for somebody to have a channel to go to and leave on all day with whatever force-fed news they want fed to them. That's always going to exist. Yeah. Maybe they not have a Anderson Cooper or Tucker Carlson that they pay millions and millions of dollars to every year, but they'll have somebody sit up there where they can put that on their TV screen.
But Aphids, remember what they said to you in the last 4 years and how they lied to you in the last 4 years.
About what?
The last 4 years. Before that,
about lockdowns, about masks, about the jab, about the virus itself.
I totally disagree with you. I think that they did not lie to us like to control us in some way. They thought that at the point you're playing Monday morning quarterback and trying to act like you knew all the end goals, the end answers before they were there.
It was very smoky before, but now it's very clear. It's very clear what they did.
I think you're both right. I think it's definitely
they tried controlling the public, and they tried control. And I know that for a fact in the UK because there was government papers now that have come out to say that's exactly what they were doing. They were scaring.
Well, I will say that you guys over there, the videos I saw with your police barging into people's houses and stuff like that, that would never fly over here. So, I'm coming from a different mindset than you are.
I don't know. Didn't we have people get arrested for going on the beach without?
No,
that was that. That wasn't in Florida. Okay.
No,
it was only me walking my dog.
Was it? I mean, I don't know. I thought that was like Australia and fucking those.
Well, I technically got arrested.
Italy.
Walking my dog.
Here's what I think. What happened, David Lip? I think in the beginning, when everyone
created the heavens and the earth. I'm sorry, I scripted that.
No, I set you up. You couldn't resist. I understand. Nobody knew anything, so in that environment, we are unfortunately looking for official information from the government. But over time, there became skeptics, and I think the media, what he would call the mainstream media, but I'll just say the media, sort of the liberal media, just kind of went with a narrative and refused to, and dismissed all other.
Well, Twitter, Facebook, we were all banned.
Right.
We were all banned or censored.
Well, we're not talking about Facebook.
They were all in it. They were all in on it. But when Aphid says they weren't going to control the narrative, I mean, it's fucking nonsense. That's exactly what it was all about.
Nobody started out trying to control the narrative. There was just, I don't know. It was bizarre.
There was
There developed a partisan spin on kind of COVID. It's like a bizarre thing.
I think what happened was, let's completely remove ourselves from this situation and say there's a asteroid going to destroy. We know it's going to destroy the Earth, but we're trying to work on this spaceship that's going to go up there and blow up the asteroid and keep it from. Well, the powers that be don't want us to destroy ourselves and kill and rob and steal everything for the last 10 hours of our life because they think that there's a chance that they're going to.
Yes, they control the normies. That's what I said. That was the statement you disagree with.
I understand, but it's not. I don't think it was for some motive like you think it was.
What do you mean nefarious? Of course it was.
No, I don't. I think they were trying to, and I'm not giving them an excuse because we should be able to learn from the mistakes that we made, But they were thinking at the time that people like you were gonna do more harm than good. So they took it upon themselves to play God, and
they were wrong.
Well, they absolutely were wrong. They absolutely were wrong.
They said, but
they could have been absolutely right too. You don't know that they were going to be right.
I remember walking around my neighborhood after the jabs come out in December 2020. The jabs come out about January 2020, and people started getting the jabs.
Jibby jabby.
And all of a sudden there was people walking around freely, going, oh yeah, wicked, oh yeah, the BBC, everything's cool, 100% efficacy, or safe and effective, 100%, 99%, then it was like 95% like 3 weeks later, and all these fucking people, these vulnerable people, caught it because it turns out it had no protection, or basically it was the same as if you hadn't had the jab.
The point wasn't that. Well, we don't have to go over that.
Yeah, but the public.
You want to talk about David?
Yeah, but Steve, the public believed the people on the telly, and they thought it was all over after they had the jab. They thought they were impregnable, but in fact, they were more vulnerable now than they ever were before because they're acting like normie. They're acting like nothing happened all of a sudden. And in reality,
Well, I don't know what
that's what you were proposing, that they act like nothing had happened.
I don't know what.
Let's say even if it was 40%,
But
they
they
still had a
believe
better
the
protection
bullshit.
than people like you
They
that were
believe
like,
the bullshit.
no,
They
don't do
believed
nothing
it.
and just live life normal. They
That's
still
right.
had a 40% chance better than you did.
Why did they?
Of never getting it at all.
You just said that they did.
Well, no. What they did, they acted normal. Where before they were hiding themselves away and mostly going out once a week shopping. All of a sudden, they were going down the bingo hall because they had the jibby jabby and they're all gold plated. They all think they're all fucking protected, and yeah, they all think they're protected because the fucking BBC and CNN and Fox and every other cunt, they all fucking told you were all protected. And guess why? Because the doctors said that. They all fucking lied to you.
So Welshie, this coronavirus is changed a bit, and I believe disease X is the current trending thing. I'm curious if people here think it's just fear mongering or if they.
I haven't even looked into it, mate. That's how much I believe in it.
Okay. Anyone else? It's been all over the place for a while.
What are you talking about?
Disease X hasn't been all over the place in any place I've been looking.
I've never even heard of it.
Really? Okay. Well, it's basically a disease that they're putting out there that they're saying is being worked on, and it has a 100% kill rate, and everybody's freaking out over the death.
Hold on. You just said two things. A disease they're putting out there that's being worked on. What does putting out there and being worked on mean?
People putting out posts about information saying that is being worked on
by
they. I haven't looked into it enough myself.
What does being worked on mean? Being developed, or
yeah, it's another.
When you say another, are you insinuating that Corona was or COVID was that came from the place that this?
Yeah.
So this disease X is coming from the place that COVID came from.
I mean, it's not like it's Wuhan
lab. You know the market. You know the market they told us it all come from. You know the one next to the Wuhan lab.
What market?
Well, no. I think you mean the on the greater scale of disease development. I guess
it come from a bat, didn't it? You know, it didn't come from the Wuhan.
Disease X is meant to be worse.
It didn't come from the Wuhan lab down the road, did it? No.
You mean the lab where they worked on a virus that was just like the one that was in the market?
Yeah. RW, this is not
the lab that's called the coronavirus lab. You know the one
it's not coronavirus.
Well, just there is like once a year there was talks of stuff like that happening. We just never put any thought to it because we never had anything that.
All right, what is wait a second. What is Ian saying? Dude, chill out. Disease.
So they lied to. So we agree they lied to us.
Chill out. Disease.
To where you know where it came from. It didn't come from the wet market. It didn't come from the wet market.
Disease
did it?
X bullshit, not disease times bullshit.
I mean, we don't know for sure where it came from, but I know what I believe. I don't believe it came from the
probably didn't.
I took a strike for saying it came from the lab.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
I'm not going
to defend YouTube. That's for sure.
I don't believe anybody intentionally released it, though.
I'll tell you where it came from. Bad Crab Rangoon. Yep.
You think so?
Nailed it. Oh, I don't know.
They're saying it came from basically bad upkeep where.
Oh, it's WHO stuff.
Someone left the lab. That's what they're saying, and gave it to their partner when they shouldn't have, or something, or didn't do the procedure as they supposed to. That's
so the world.
Arguably, China suffered the worst from the coronavirus as anybody did.
I don't know.
At least
I mean,
they did.
If
they shut everything down for like.
I would say America.
Way longer than anybody else did. Financially,
Belgium up your home.
They suffered worse.
If you're going to have a market, right, you might want to call it the fresh market. That's a store we have here. The baking market. Baking is good, right? Now, what word might skeeve you out a little about it? Maybe if you called it the wet market. Why is it wet? Is there blood flying everywhere? Are they decapitating animals? And
the answer is yes. That is why it's
disgusting, dude.
Live animals being sold.
It's fucking gross. Okay, they have pangolins, bats. They've got a chicken. Chicken's probably pretty tasty. I'm not going for the bats or the pangolins. Doesn't matter. When you're in that environment, I feel like
They
all
lied
of these,
to you then. They
all of
lied
these
to you.
all of these pathogens must be in it's like a giant petri dish. It's a huge media for growth.
It's disgusting, I agree, but it didn't come from the wet market. They knew very early on where it came from. And they knew it came from the lab down the road called the coronavirus lab. You know the place, just down the road.
And the funny thing about the irony with that is they were calling you racist for saying one thing, but they were saying, no, it didn't come from the wet market. The wet market in of itself is so disgusting sounding.
Right, exactly.
You could argue that is kind of
Much more
racist.
Exactly.
You know, but they're like, no, it didn't come from there. It can't. It's the wet market. I mean, it's fucking so ass backwards.
It's like the wet market's not racist, but saying it comes from the lab is.
Right.
Yeah.
But in the end, what do we think?
But when you actually break it down, Steve, think about it. Like they actually knew. They knew it wasn't 100% effective. They knew it wasn't 95% effective. They I tell you what they did know. They knew they hadn't been tested for transmission, but they said it was safe and effective, like 99%. So they knew the answer to that question. The experts knew it because it hadn't been tested on it.
Right.
And they've given an interview and testimony. You know, the woman says, "No, we didn't test for that." And that's the answer to the question. We don't know. We didn't test for that. But they told all mainstream media, legacy media, they told 99% on it.
No,
right.
Let me just update Disease X. So Disease X is the term used by WHO for a patient zero and a virus that hasn't broken out yet.
Right. I think that's like it's almost like a public health exercise. Disease X is a theoretical disease.
It's to refer to an infection with potential for causing the next epidemic. But what it's being related to now is a coronavirus that was tested in a lab in 1 second, sorry, China. In China, and they showed through a test that a mutated version of coronavirus was 100% lethal in mice. So people are taking that information and going buck crazy with it. Like they're taking that information and then just spinning the shit out of it. There's a lot of questions to be asked with what is actually the study and the virus origin and things like that. There's a lot of, I mean, I have to dig deep on that one, but basically it's a study that was done using coronavirus, a mutated version of coronavirus that was 100% lethal to mice in a lab study. That is the only information out that is going crazy right now.
You know, I hope one lesson we learned from COVID, and I am assuming in this, the premise is that this is a lab leak. The lesson we learned is to stop doing that shit. Stop making viruses.
But there's more. I think there's more
deadly so we can study them.
Well, no, that isn't the lesson that was taken, though. I guarantee you the lesson that was taken was that don't do this stuff unless you're in a level 4 biosafety lab. That isn't the correct lesson. It's true.
You promise not to make any mistakes.
Exactly. It's true that it's better to have a level 4 biosafety.
Last stance, I would suggest the biolabs in the world has gone down in the last 18 months. And the only reason it has gone down is because Ukraine has had to pack all theirs up. Because the numbers in Ukraine, they reckon there was 40 biolabs in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously a couple of them have been wiped out by now, but I would have suggested they've learned nothing from history, and then like you said last dance, they're going to build some more in like some more shithole places like North Korea and Iran, and they'll fuck it up.
You know, that one of the motivations that was speculated for that paper that came out that early on that said it can't possibly be a lab leak, it has to be natural. Wet market. One of the motivations was that the guy behind that, the British guy, Peter Daszak, his EcoHealth Alliance that got tons of funding from the U.S. government, that they have other labs that they work with that are similarly being used to do this kind of research, and they don't want it to. They didn't want there to be extra scrutiny on these other places, because of the Wuhan disaster. So I mean, it's.
But people like the doctor, what's his name? Fucking the guy in America,
Dr.
Fauci.
J.
Yeah.
You know, he's lied on testing me. You know, he's lied.
Lies all the time. That's all he did was lie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Especially
Fauci.
when Rand Paul gave him the hard questions.
The 1-2, bang bang.
Lied about him every time.
I don't remember.
It's not called. I don't recognize it as gamer's function because we changed the words. It's not called gamer's
Ashley's
function
here.
now. It's called function of game. That's what he did to me, Fauci.
The words. We changed the words. It's not called.
You got feedback.
Ashley, you have two tabs open, Ashley.
Still YouTube.
Close your YouTube tab.
You have two tabs.
You guys mute her for a second.
Still YouTube. Close your YouTube tab.
Yeah, Ashley needs to take a YouTube on mute and then
She did. She closed out. She closed the StreamYard side.
Sounds great.
No, I don't think so.
No, it was just because we stopped talking.
So I said kill YouTube, and YouTube scrubbed the comment from chat.
Weird. Look at this. What the fuck?
I hate YouTube.
Scrub
that too.
Are you there now?
Let's try again.
Ashley?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
It's still a
echo. Why'd you take those earphones out?
I don't think you can hear us.
No, it wasn't the earphones. If those were in, it would have fixed the problem probably.
Yeah. Put the earphones back in.
Put the paper bag on. Put it back on. That was a joke.
That was a bad joke.
No.
Okay, I've got echo cancellation enabled. Reduce background noise is enabled.
That
Mic volume is low.
I think you fixed it.
No.
Just try the headphones again. Because it wasn't the headphones. I don't think it was the problem. I think it was just because you had YouTube playing in the back. I think.
It's too short of a delay for it to
RW is
be
awesome. I know, buddy.
Yeah, you're right. It sounds like echo.
I think I'm just picking up what's on here, what's on
Yeah,
StreamYard.
I think you are too.
Can you put those?
Yeah, so put the headphones back on. Plug them back in, and they fucking stupid echo.
It won't pick them up.
Well,
Check it out. Oh, anyway. Well, it's fun.
No, it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
You muted.
She's because she's muted.
Oh, shit balls.
Did you plug the other end of the headphones into the tablet? Oh, it's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, come off mute. See what it's like.
It won't matter because if her audio isn't coming out of the source, then it's not going to be picked up.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if the headphones are just
headphones
being
are
picked
actually
up in her
connected.
ears, then we will have no echo.
Can you hear us in your ears? Yep. Then your headphones are not connected through Bluetooth.
or whatever. They're not connected. They're just not connected.
Ah, shit. I mean, it's all right. Well,
So speaking of your Barbie post, Aphid, did you want to talk about? I don't know anything about the snubbing of the Barbie movie at the Oscars, but if you guys would like to share with me that story, I will listen.
personally, I don't care, but I do have some other stuff. What do you guys think about?
Are you shitting on my screen to the table? You
Yeah, dude.
fucker.
Dingleberry.
Barbie's.
Fucker.
Barbie.
She got snubbed, dude. Margot Robbie got robbed, and you're just shitting all over it.
I never liked her.
I'm not coming
She's
back.
beautiful, man.
You're just simping, you are, Aphid. You're simping.
No.
All right, what do we want to watch?
It was a joke. It was a total.
All right,
joke.
here we go.
People are up in arms over that.
You guys want to watch some Mitt Romney? I know
do
you
I
do.
ever? Best person that I like watching is him.
He's got some hair on him, that boy. All right, let's make
Curly
sure we
chest
do
hairs,
this.
or what do we got going on here?
He has magic underwear.
Oh,
That's what they wear, the Mormons, right?
Yeah, that's taken from Freemasonry.
He got his magic underwear from Joe Biden in the Vatican. Yeah, Joe had a bit of a mistake at the Vatican, didn't he?
I was gonna say Joe probably shit on him first.
I don't think that's true. That's just a lie. He never shit himself. He might have had a shart, but
we've all shit. We've all
trusted it, buddy. You shouldn't have trusted it.
Here we go.
It was hard for me to see what Leader McConnell was suggesting. He seemed to be of two minds in the conversation. But reading the reports this morning and the fact that he hasn't corrected them suggests that he is inclined to listen to what former President Trump wants. And former President Trump has indicated to senators that he does not want us to solve the problem at the border. He wants to lay the blame for the border at Biden. President Trump has indicated.
He said does not want to settle the problem at the border.
Indicated to senators that he does not want us to solve the problem at the border. He wants to lay the blame for the border at Biden. And the idea that someone running for president would say, "Please hurt the country so I can blame my opponent and help my politics," is a shocking development.
Do you think this is?
I'm sorry, and nothing to do with the other part of the
Wait.
No, I think the border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and Congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
So what does that say?
Okay, just wanted to get through it. RW didn't mean to shut you down, buddy.
No, it's cool. I didn't think you had much more to offer. Okay, sure. I think that's very much lacking, that statement right there.
I mean, the thing is, anyway, like obviously during December, you had 300,000 come through. You can't keep on taking that for the next 10 months, can you? I mean, it wouldn't be good for. I mean, it's a not. Obviously, the state doesn't want to be flooded by, South Americans or people from all over the world. And he's the one being political, isn't he? Not the other way around.
Well, he's trying to say that Trump wants to run on essentially the border and immigration. He wants to keep this alive and have it be a major talking point and a major victory for him when he gets in there. And the Democrats are essentially trying to formulate this plan to solve it. But, as I've always said, I hate these combination deals. I wish they would just do one fucking thing at a time. If you want to do a border reform, just do that. Then do Ukraine separately. Then do Israel. Then do international aid. Sub-Saharan Africa aid. Whatever. Why do they have to have things like... The way they get more shit done is by saying, okay, so we're going to make it a border thing, and we're also going to tack on the Ukraine aid. Which then it becomes two things. So if you're voting for one thing and against the other, doesn't matter. You either have to accept them both or deny them both. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that aspect of our politics, but because it's such a fucking slog fest of getting shit done, they have to compound things, is what is told, I think. But is that true? Do you guys think that that's true? Do you think they could do them one thing at a time, or would nothing ever get done?
They could absolutely do them one thing at a time. Absolutely.
Then why don't they? Why is it such a fucking difficult thing to achieve?
Because if you want to get A done, but say Democrats want to get A done, but the Republicans want to get B done. I mean, or the other way around. Your proposal is gonna be you can't get A without B.
Right.
That's right.
So you're gonna force that. So
you can't have one without the other, because whoever has the more power in both parties or in both houses is gonna get everything done.
Exactly. If you
So they
you have
draft.
to give up. You have to give up a little bit to get a little bit.
Here's my bro. So when they draft things,
All right.
they draft them with the intention of like,
Brother B.
oh, it's almost like, all right, we'll give you this, but we want this. It's never
Exactly. It's always. I mean, when the bill is always such that
not always, but now it's so frowned upon to cross the aisle that yes, now that's the way it has to be.
You need to have one party controlling both houses, or at least an effective majority. What it's called.
right.
And it used to be possible because being in a different party didn't necessarily mean that you were going to vote along party lines on every bill.
Right.
But that's not true. It hasn't been true for the last 20 years or maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, much
Boy,
better.
that's
when there's no
And
echo.
we can't hear ourselves, so that's good.
That is crystal.
Had to
Outstanding.
restart the computer. Sorry.
Yep, you'll have that sometimes. I went on StreamYard to set this thing up, and everything was gone. It was set up like the normal StreamYard, but all the words were gone. So I restarted the laptop, and all the words were there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened, where they went.
Try turning it off and on again.
Right. Why
Last
would
Dance,
that
do you think-
happen?
Last Dance, do you think Newt Gingrich was kind of the lead? If it's hard to blame one person, but if we
Yeah.
had to blame somebody, the way he kind of pushed the whole.
I do not
enemy
know when
type
it
thing.
started. I mean, I know that he and Bill Clinton were able to get together and execute welfare reform. So there was still some bipartisan work being done in those days that would be unthinkable today.
Well, nothing beats Chris Farley entering the chamber dressed as Newt Gingrich and walking up to the podium to Newt Gingrich and doing a Newt Gingrich impression. That was pretty awesome.
How did he take it?
He loved it.
Because back then that you could joke with each other and
Right.
and laugh at yourself, but you can't
That's
do that
racist.
anymore.
It was fucking hilarious.
Steve, you know you were saying about StreamYards fucking up sometimes. So in Streamlabs, if I go live, it sometimes like won't have it at all. And the way around it is you switch your phone off and you switch it back on, right? And the Streamlabs works perfect, like you said, and it's faultless. So what I do if I know I'm going live, I'll reset my phone like before I do it, like because. Otherwise, if you try and go live, sometimes it just says "fuck off."
Huh.
just like StreamYards, same thing.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I don't know if they're trying to discourage people from using it. It's possible. But
But you just got to treat it with cotton gloves. That you said, switch your computer on and off, and then go live. But it works.
that was it.
Switch your
Restart.
phone on and off, and it works.
And I pay for this. I mean,
Well,
but
my
I'm
problem was
thinking
that
it.
the Bluetooth wouldn't come back on unless I restarted. It wouldn't reconnect with the Bluetooth of any kind, and I had to restart it.
There you go.
Yeah, the Bluetooth.
It wasn't
is finicky.
It wasn't StreamYard. It was my computer. It wouldn't connect with the Bluetooth. It wouldn't come on.
That's right. Sometimes if you go in there and click, you can right click on that item that you're trying to connect to, and it will say forget this device, and then you can reconnect to it, and sometimes that will work, but sometimes that won't even work until you restart.
The Bluetooth wouldn't even come on.
Well, I'm using Opera now instead of Chrome.
Opera?
Yeah,
This is Chrome.
No, I'm on Opera.
Opera?
Yeah. So
The hell is that?
It's a web browser, like Chrome or.
Remember there was a fault about 3 months ago on Chrome via Streamlabs, where you would get like weird audio. It went on for about 4 or 5 weeks now. Remember?
No.
It's got some
Yeah.
news here. I'm going to do back chat. This has to do with the border bill that we were just talking about. They released details on aspects of that bill. So it's a pretty decent amount of read there, but at some point in time, you guys might want to look into that, get a better idea of what's actually happening and if it's nefarious or not.
Well, do you think RW that Trump would want the border fixed before he got in office?
I mean, I talked about this with Liberal Cluck just the other day. He posted an article about it, and I tried to open it again. It's Rolling Stone, and I have to pay to see it again, bastards. But if I can remember correctly, what it said is it's not that he doesn't want the border resolved. It's that he doesn't want the bill signed unless the Republicans get every single thing that they're asking for. He doesn't want to.
I know, but what I'm saying is, do you think that Trump would want the border resolved? Do you think that's out of the question? That
I think
he would.
I personally think that
he would rather that didn't get resolved.
If he was a good person, I would hope that he would want it to be resolved. If he doesn't want it resolved, he's a piece of shit. That's the best I can answer that.
I mean, at the end of the day, if he doesn't resolve it, there'd be another 5 million people in America in that time. At the rates you're getting at 300,000 a month.
Shall we?
Shall we what?
Watch this.
Oh, go ahead.
The former president, Donald Trump, has suggested to all the Republican governors out there, send members of your state's National Guard. In your case, Governor, it would be the Oklahoma National Guard. Send them down to Texas to help Greg Abbott. Are you going to do that?
Yes.
Absolutely. You know, I've done it once before, and we're looking. I already talked to my TAG, my General Mancino. We've already started putting the numbers together. We'll be in contact with Governor Abbott.
The former president,
right, there
Donald
you
Trump,
go.
has suggested to all the...
They're sending out-of-state guards down there, National Guard, and that's that.
They've dedicated the numbers. They're basically doing the books right now. I'm curious to see when boots move, but will any other state follow suit?
I heard from a guy from Oklahoma that they were going to send their support on the day that the Supreme Court said that they had to take it down. Well, they said that that ICE could come in and take it down. And that same evening, a fellow from Oklahoma who knows people said that they were going to send their guard down and throw their support behind Texas.
That's today, though, right? Today is that day.
No.
What day are you talking about then?
It's been a day or two ago that this guy was saying that.
No, what I'm saying is the day that ICE was meant to come in, that was today. Today's the 26th.
Oh, I thought you meant the day Oklahoma sent their backup.
That's what I'm asking. That's what he was saying. They were gonna send Oklahoma one ICE. Anyway, I'm confused.
They already sent them. They began lining them up and shipping them down or transporting them down a day or two ago from Oklahoma.
Okay. I look forward. I'm curious to see when information will actually start to come out on that then.
Very, very interesting.
Who here on the panel is opposed to the actions of Texas? Okay. Why are you in opposition, Dance, to what Texas is doing?
Because the Supreme Court has said that they lose.
I see it as tit for tat.
I see it as the greater good.
I don't see it as either of those things. I see it as it's the ultimate. For me, I'm torn. I'm halfway between what Last Dance has said and halfway saying, like, I understand where Texas and the United States, individual states. Dude, we have fucking people sleeping at Logan Airport here in Massachusetts that came from the border in Mexico. We don't have any more fucking places to put these people.
Did they come from the border? Did they come from Mexico, or did they come from
they came through Mexico. Boy, we've got everything, dude. I mean, like,
that's not good.
Well, dude, I in my day we called chicks dudes. Is that wrong?
A little.
I call girls dudes too.
It's very in vogue
now. I don't mind
now.
if someone calls me dude.
Okay.
I don't care at all. It's cool with me.
Why would call a girl who's a friend, dude?
Women can have penises. Stop it, Stephen.
Anywho, what was I talking about?
The modern woman. The modern woman.
No. If you're going to be a woman, you need to be fully committed.
Yeah, ouch. For the guy who...
They shave their legs on a regular-ish.
That's not enough.
Swimmers do that too.
And they dye
They
their
shave
hair.
everything. Swimmers shave everything.
I want to back up Bottle Cap's question or statement to Dance, because it's not that you're exactly backing democracy, because the SCOTUS is not exactly democracy. It's federal court. Even they used a democratic vote within themselves to do majority vote. It's still not the will of the people.
I didn't say I was backing democracy. I'm backing. I'm saying we live in a country of laws, and everything breaks down if we start to ignore those
It's
laws.
already broken down.
What if it's the federal government that is actually breaking law, and we're trying to uphold the original law?
I don't know that the federal government is breaking law. What law are they breaking if they're breaking the law?
If it's their job, then it's wording again in law, because if their job is to protect the border and they're doing the opposite of that.
Well, they're doing a bad job, but they're not breaking any laws. They're just not doing their job. I don't.
That's like saying omission isn't lying. If they're not doing their job, then they're breaking the law.
No, that is definitely not true.
No, it isn't.
You can't say something's okay as long as you don't get caught or you don't receive consequences. It's still not okay.
Well, let me ask you this. What is the crime for entering the country illegally? Is that a fact?
That is the crime. I don't know what
a hotel and a cell phone and some money.
No, legally speaking, isn't that a felony?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
So
is it a felony if you're not a citizen?
No one gets done on it. Though it's the same in the UK. No one gets done on it. Do they just get
You get deported. That's the punishment is what matters.
When you
when
you allow or aid like a lot of people to break a law, wouldn't that be conspiracy to commit a felony? Said felony.
Ooh, legal burn.
No, because you're not really aiding them. You're
allowing them, and then they make it all the way to here to fucking Massachusetts. And this is the thing. I know I just sounded like Frankie McDonald really quick right there. Frankie McDonald. Anyone catch that? Massachusetts.
Be prepared.
Exactly.
Last Dan said then that they're not helping them. And if you throw that to the UK version, we got the RNLI, which is the lifeboats, and they're assisting all the time. Are they people smugglers? It's an interesting one, isn't it? And there,
Yeah.
Well, there are NGOs south of the border facilitating this and educating them, and they are receiving some government funds, even though they are NGOs.
So that means that it's our tax money that's paying the NGOs that get them here.
Some of it.
What does NGO stand for?
Non-government
organization.
Non-commissioned officer?
Non-government organization.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
And basically, they're all cancer. They're all cancer to freedom-loving countries.
I wouldn't go to the extreme that every single NGO is cancer. I'm just the concept of my money going towards bringing people to this country illegally is a bit too much of a punch in the face.
I mean, that's all they do in Europe. That's all they do in Europe, and that's all they do in America.
So what are these non-government organizations? Who's controlling them?
You have more insight, Ashley? I would have to look into it.
George Soros?
Yeah.
Da, da, da.
I have no idea who's farther up the chain. Sorry.
Yeah, you do need sound effects, Smokesteve.
Tom Hanks.
That's what's missing from the show.
There you go.
Tom Hanks, he's up there, right?
I mean, just because it's the same characters doesn't mean it's not true, though. You know.
Tom Hanksburg.
Somebody should make a Tom Hanks, George Soros meme.
Don't be surprised if it's not already there, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's scary how many memes are already out there.
I mean, Davos just happened last week, so we got non-elected billionaires.
What did you think of the prostitution being booked out?
What is Davos? What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, let's get down with Davos. This is fucking a bunch of horse shit. This is like the Bilderberg group. It's nothing.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
I'm just saying it's funny that all the prostitutes are booked out and all the hotels have to spend all their time washing sheets. Like, what a weird post.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of dirty sheets from those aristocrats.
Yeah. I mean, Steve. So governments aren't running the world. People who go to Davos run the world. People like Larry Fink from fucking hell. What's it called? Too late.
Kelsey's got a question too. Then.
Well, he's running the world, and you can't even remember his name. Come on, oh boy, let's go.
BlackRock and who's the other one? Vanguard.
Vanguard's great. They'll earn you good money. I highly recommend their Roth. You can deposit $7,000 a year. All you guys at your age.
Did you say Rothschild?
So it's the CEO of BlackRock. It is Larry Fink. He's basically running the world, and the people who go to Davos basically run the world. They're not a lot of them aren't politicians. They're just businessmen, and they got a lot of organising to do. It ain't for our good.
Well, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know. BlackRock, they're good. They'll get you a good percentage on your investments.
They own they own like 95% of the large companies in the world. Vanguard and BlackRock, isn't it?
Yeah, that's their investment profile. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Of course.
They affect policy through moving money into people who are making policy.
Well,
so when he says they run the world, it just means that they have mega influence in many different countries' policy and lawmaking.
Yeah.
My back pocket's been waiting for a while for some cash to fall into it. I
They-
feel left out.
They've created a system, these types of companies, where
Who's
the
that?
average person, the companies themselves, is the they, Vanguard, BlackRock, where you can set up accounts if you are self-employed or if you are a small business owner or if you are independent and you don't have a retirement through your own company that you work for. They have these accounts that you can set up very easily for yourself and have a weekly deposit. And then the accounts give you a nice return of percentage on your money at the end of each year. If you watch it, it grows, it grows, it grows. And that's how they've attained such wealth, because people...
No, they've also...
They take a percentage and you make a percentage. That's how it works. So they're making, because they take a small percentage of a humongous number of people around the world, and it ends up being billions of dollars, probably a day. I mean, it's no joke.
But originally, their bread and butter was government contracting. They got their foot in the door through government contracting, and they got huge contracts awarded to them for various endeavors, various different manufacturings or incursions or whatever. That's how they began. And then later, as they grew, then they offered this retirement thing that they're doing.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Like I said, and it's just it's a no-brainer for a lot of people. It grows the economy. I think this is the reason the Dow just made it to 38 or something like that. It's fucking crazy.
So the way you're speaking, the Great Reset type concept is out the window.
I don't see it personally.
Is everybody else here kind of like meh?
No, I believe that it will be, and that we'll have a digital currency, and that everything will be flip flopped. I believe in the Great Reset. We've gone through several. There was one just before the turn of the century of 1900. There's a huge Great Reset then.
Are you in the camp that your money will be 1-to-1 to the new currency?
That I don't know.
Well,
I
mean, you're printing a lot of money. You've been printing a lot of money.
I know
More
that-
money
I know
than
that-
any of the presidents on record so far.
I know that fiat is losing value every second, like it's bleeding.
Yeah.
So I'm really diversified in all kinds of different things, and no matter what happens, I've got lots of different eggs in lots of different baskets. So
delicious.
For you.
Yeah,
they are delicious. That's what I was doing tonight. I was giving a talk on layer hen raising.
I
That's why
need
I wasn't-
to. I actually, if you want to, sometime on Drone Tech's Discord, go talk about chickens. I'll actually sit there and listen because I'm in the
else would
process of bringing in more chickens to the property, and that we're going to be going from hobby size to large hobby size, and I don't want to waste money.
Well,
Actually, how do you stop? Like up here we have the fishers, which is like a giant weasel, or you probably have regular weasels. Maybe you have giant weasels. You probably have every fucking weasel and predator that, whatever it is.
No.
How do you stop them? My brother, I set up my brother's cage fairly well. I mean, I'm not some kind of a chicken farmer, but within about 2 weeks, some fucking thing got in there and killed them all.
Oh.
Well, what you're talking about is nocturnal predators, and you need
Oh,
to use
yeah.
hardware. You need to use hardware cloth instead of chicken wire. Do you know what hardware cloth is?
I know what it is, yeah. I know what everything is.
What is
Okay, then you use it's a more secure wiring mechanism, wiring medium. It's a lot tougher, and all you do is just give them a good place to be at night where they can't break in on them. Now, if you want to talk about daytime predators, diurnal predators, that's a whole different thing.
Hawks here don't mess with them. They look like they will, but they never do.
Well, it depends on your area and what you've got in your area. But we don't have weasels here. We don't have weasels and badgers. We have raccoons, coyotes, possums, things like that.
But the possum only. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I see videos on like CCTV videos of dogs protecting like the whole flock of goats.
Yeah.
And donkeys. It's just one dog.
Donkey.
Yeah, donkeys don't fuck about with them.
Yeah, what kind of a farm has goats and donkeys? What the fuck kind of fucking farm is this? I mean, what are you talking about?
I have goat and donkeys.
Well,
you do?
Basically, he keeps his dog outside. He keeps his dog outside, and it lives outside. So the dog's job,
Livestock dog. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a major, and it's always alert, and you can see it on the CCTV. It can sense a lot. And it's not just him. There's two dogs.
Are they big and white?
Yeah.
No. Well,
they might be Maremma sheepdogs. Those things are badass. They're farm dogs.
Mine's just a mutt. She's a German Shepherd, Australian Shepherd mix. She's got one blue eye. And man, I didn't have to teach her anything. She just protects whatever is here. And it doesn't matter what it is. We had a baby deer for a season one time and she protected it. She protects the chickens. I mean, that's just what she does. And you can watch her. You can watch her at night on the monitor. She's up and about. She'll let you know if there's something bad, if the pack of coyotes comes around and she don't think she can
And that's
handle
all
it.
you need, isn't it? That's all you need. And that's what these dogs were doing. But these dogs actually handle the whole situation. They're like big dogs. But yeah, it's basically it was what they were there for. They knew their job. And they were always on alert.
Working dogs, the working breeds want to work. They want to be doing stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
They get bored. So yeah,
course.
she's awesome. And if she passes away or something happens to her, my butt will be right back to the pound and I'll get another shepherd mix. They're very smart, shepherd mixes are. You don't have to get a purebred. You don't have to get a purebred dog for that at all. Now, if you're having bears, you need bigger stuff like mastiffs and those big old and what are they? Those big old sheep dogs. They're big as a human. If you're having bears and big things, wolves and things, you need bigger dogs. But we don't have that here.
What we use in the UK is geese.
They have attack geese.
They smell. They smell so bad.
But do they actually attack or just warn?
They war. It's more of a war. It's more of a warn. They're the things that sort of wake up to any danger.
I tell you, I get a bull mastiff coming at me or a goose. I'm going after the goose. I'll kick that fucking thing in half. The mastiff, you're running for your life. You know, like the goose just isn't intimidating. It's
they just make a lot of noise. There, when they get spooked out, they wake up everyone else. That's what a lot of people in the UK sort of use them for.
Attack goose?
I don't know. Just geese. They I think when spooked, they make a racket and they'll wake up every cunt. Everyone will be alert.
They may not be intimidating to you, but they're intimidating to other animals.
Yeah.
I think their job is just to wake up, though, if you get my drift, more than anything else. They just wake up everything else.
Sure.
But yeah, it's funny. It's like it's like more than nature. It's like learning to live with nature and to adapt with it. It's much the best policy, to try and beat nature, use nature.
Sure. All right, let's check out another video. Let's see what we think here.
Okay.
All right, this is going to be this is going to be a drastic subject change from geese to Mike DeWine.
There's no similarity between the two.
He's short. He doesn't even look like a goose. No, I don't see it. But
I've heard of the name before, but I don't know who this is.
He's a governor of, where is it, Oklahoma? Ohio.
Right.
And let me just adjust the size on this bad boy. Get it all perfecto before I engage the share.
Engage.
All right, here we go.
He is a little, it looks like a turtle.
December 18th, the Ohio legislature sent me House Bill 68. And since that time, I've sought out people on all sides of the issue to hear their concerns. I listened to the bill's sponsor, Representative Gary Click, and had a very good conversation with him.
They click.
I appreciate that he and his colleagues have shined a light on this very important issue.
A light.
I'd like to sign House Bill 68, or were House Bill 68 to become law. Ohio would be saying that the state, that the government, knows better what is medically best for a child than the two people who love that child the most, the parents. Now, while there are rare times in the law, in other circumstances, where the state overrules the medical decisions made by the parents, I can think of no example where this is done, where it is not only against the decision of the parents, but also against the medical judgment of the treating physician and against the judgment of the treating team of medical experts. Therefore, I cannot sign this bill as it is currently written.
Very good.
And just a few minutes ago, I vetoed the bill.
Good man.
Okay, now context on this is that this is regarding gender affirming care. And he was deferring to the medical professionals that he looks to for guidance or for whatever. But one thing he knows is they're far more medically educated or advanced than he is. So he decided at the time of this speech, which was a while back, a few weeks ago, as you just saw, that he would defer to the medical experts and not touch it. So just recently, Ohio has passed the law banning gender affirming care that will be effective in 18 days from now, that will no longer allow doctors to inform parents and the patient, i.e. the child, what they will be able to choose. What they will have to go with is the state law, and that's that. Anyone have any opinions on that, one way or the other?
You said they passed the law. I thought the video you just showed.
He did, and he vetoed it.
Overrode his veto?
They overrode his veto.
Okay.
The law has been passed, and it will be effective in just short of 20 days from now.
Well, I
So
agree with the governor.
The law is exactly what? Can you just briefly?
That will be banning gender-affirming care based on advice
for minors.
For minors. I mean, unless it's some dire medical need, for the most part, it's going to be banned. And it's extremely rare for dire medical need in this case. Extremely rare.
I would suggest it's not a life-threatening problem.
Yeah, I think that's a big mistake. But
I defer to the.
Can I ask a couple of questions here?
I know where Base Welshman is. Last Dance. Put yourself in Base Welshman's shoes. You know what he's saying, right?
Okay. Last Dance. Let me pose a question. Should a 13-year-old be allowed to have tattoos?
Allowed to have what?
Tattoos.
I don't know. If their parents say so, sure.
Oh, come on.
Okay. So can 13-year-olds drink alcohol?
I don't care if their parents let them drink alcohol, but
you're getting yourself in a big hole now.
All right. One more time. Can 13-year-olds do speedballs?
I don't even know what a speedball is. So probably not.
Should children be allowed to do hardcore drugs?
Should adults?
No. I'm asking a nice question, because obviously, if children can make a decision about their future and physically mutilating themselves,
that children make the decision on their own.
Well, basically, from what I was understanding of that, it was not going to do with the parents. It would have been to do with the child and the physician. So we know physicians make good money on changing gender. They make a lot of money. It's about 70 grand a year just on the upkeep. It's a good earner. So I think things could be twisted there a little bit. But yeah, I mean, if you seriously think that children should be allowed to have tattoos at 13, have sex at 13, has hardcore drugs at 13, you're not the person I thought you were.
Well, I didn't say that. I was very specific in what I said. I said they could have tattoos at 13 if their parents think it's okay. You seem to be eliminating the parents from what I said.
Well, I mean, what are we on, a Pacific island here? Is this like before Christ was born, when we're warring tribes? What 12-year-old is getting tattoos? What the hell?
What 12-year-old 10 years ago was changing their sex? Answer that one for me.
The same one getting the tattoos, I'll tell you that much.
Well, yeah, it was unheard of. It was unheard of 10 years ago, wasn't it? It was unheard
speedballs.
Yeah, I mean,
They were playing with the train tracks. They were playing with the train tracks and
the factor that everyone is leaving out is that in some cases the parents encourage this for social media clout or for victimhood or virtue signaling.
Just for virtue signaling?
For social media clout. And as the recipient of some of the world's worst parents, if social media had been around when I was young, I was a tomboy. If social media had been around when I was a young girl, my mother would have absolutely bullied me into transitioning.
Ashley, you're 100%.
Okay.
You're 100% correct when you're saying about the parents. And the thing is, the parents are so invested they're so invested in their child being a different sex, right? That's why this lobbying on this movement, this cult movement, is so vicious as well. It's because it's the parents are the ones the problems because they're so invested in what they believe their children are.
How
That
many fights have we seen now between fathers and mothers on transitioning the children that they share? How many times has that come to court now? It's been there's been several that have been highly publicized, but the cases themselves there have been multitudes of parents fighting over whether their child should be transitioned or not.
I would say it's a handful, not many.
My biggest problem with the whole thing is like, I really don't care about the parents or the adults involved. Like,
Yeah,
we
fuck
can all go fuck ourselves, but like, I really do feel badly for the children. Like, I don't even want to talk about them because I feel like we're perpetuating their own, whether it's confusion or some sort of malaise that they're going through. I don't even know, but they're children, so it's like, it's a challenging subject for me to when I think about that part of it. But like I said, the rest of the adults involved, fuck them. But the kids, I really do feel bad for.
Let me give you a different angle. Okay, my daughter has cerebral palsy, right? So they wanted to put her on hormone blockers when she was 8.
Peace to your daughter.
That's like, forget about that. But think about it. Her neurologist and her doctors wanted to put her on hormone blockers when she was 8 years old.
And the reasons
And I
given
said,
were?
and I said, why? And they said, well, number one, she won't have a period. Number two, her growth will slow down and she'll be easier to manage size-wise. She won't be subject to growth. It stops your growth. It really does.
All the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. And that's
Hang
not
on.
a valid reason, is it?
Hang on. So I talked to community members from several different communities who are caregivers for severely handicapped children. They all told me that this was a, quote, soft kill method to get the child to pass away by age 20 because their bones become super brittle after these treatments and during these treatments when they're not allowed to go through puberty.
Normally,
That it develops, you get pituitary gland problems, you get bone problems, you get all kinds of liver problems. There's all kinds of stuff that happen that cause lifelong health issues. If you're going to take
and that's not even surgery. That's not even surgery. That's just the effects.
This is just chemicals. It's just chemicals, and the issues that arise become life-threatening. It's a long, slow trip through hell, which results in the child, the handicapped person or child dying early from multi-systemic failures.
$70,000 a year, I'm told, for the doctors. Good money every year.
That's terrible. I can't imagine that's true, but it's just an absolutely horrible thing.
I'm pretty good with my numbers.
Suppose the government took away your rights to be for your child's medical decisions.
Child. And the thing
because a school official can help them transition without your permission. So they do.
Yep.
School officials and psychiatrists can help them without a parent's permission. As a matter of fact, the culture in schools are told not to tell parents if they are using a different name in class.
Parents are the enemy, isn't it?
It's already happening.
There's nowhere in the United States where you can get medical care without being, certainly surgery without the parents' consent for a minor.
Well, I absolutely went and got put on birth control without my parents' consent at 14.
I think you need to check that one out, actually, Last Dance, because I know there's policies. I know there's policies that they actually hide their gender identity away from the parents. They completely hide it. So they find
That's
out.
identity. That's not the same thing as getting surgical intervention.
If there's a medical doctor involved who deceiving the legal guardian of the caretaker of a minor, there's lawsuits and they're going to lose.
Well, no, Dance is right on surgery. Dance is correct
Well,
on
that's what I
surgery.
mean. That's what I mean. Like, a
But I'm just
parent is
talking
the legal
chemical.
guardian, the caretaker of said child. They can't decide for themselves to do this stuff. It has to be through the parent. The little one can't decide. It's impossible.
But you can get hormone blockers and psychological therapy, and not have surgery. You can do those things, but not surgery. Dance is correct. You can't be lopping off body parts if you're underage without parents' permission.
Of course.
Do you know this Canadian activist called Chris? He wears like a billboard thing on his body, and he just has a statement. Well, he's a very big viral person, very good, very articulate. But anyway, he keeps on saying there's evidence out there that 80% of people that identify as trans, at a young age, 80% of them turn out to be gay.
Oh,
That may be true.
I do not support the whole trans movement, and that's not what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, I don't want you to empower the government to enforce
take parents'
their
rights, and I
beliefs.
get that. I agree with you there. The parents should have rights.
That's why
but
this is such a tough one.
Look,
Because I agree with Last Dance when he says it like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then I don't know.
Yes, Aphid, go.
Aphid,
It's just such a
let's have
tough
you answer
one.
the questions, Aphid. Let's have you answer the questions. Should children, 13-year-old, a tattoo, hard drugs, and sex?
Well, there's a lot of things you could put in that, like allowed to get a breast implant, or if they want to be a snake, should you allow them to get implants to
we
sharp
could
teeth and
yeah,
horns on their head or
we
whatever?
we could give multiple things like a breast thing because it's nothing to do with the
Wanting to be Barbie,
the life of the person.
Hey.
Do you think that a child should have breast enlargement at 13? It's a good question.
No.
We'll go with it. We'll go with it.
I
Come on,
tend
answer it.
to think that there's a line, and here's the thing, is it a mental disorder to think that you're a different sex than you are? And I think that yes, it is a mental disorder.
I agree. I
I
agree.
don't think it should be
think?
treated. I don't think it should be treated with medication and surgery. So therefore, I don't think that parents should be allowed to block their kids from entering puberty because of a mental disorder. It seems like it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, and there's a possibility that those kids could want to be, not want that, or down the line, and then that the parents, and I don't see on the flip side of that, I don't see the benefit of preventing it. If the little girl or if the little boy, gets all these, becomes 6'4" and has a lot of hair on his body, and I think that's just something that he's going to have to deal with mentally instead of some physical thing. I think there's more harm than good that could come out of it.
Parents are also told that it's reversible. Parents are also told that you're just pausing puberty, and it's permanent, irreversible damage.
Yeah, explain that in detail if you can, Ashley, because it's shocking what happens to the child's body, isn't it? And
you can't pause puberty any more than you can pause adult teeth coming in. And if you attempt to, somebody's echoing me.
It's you.
No, it's not me.
Could be based.
It's Steve.
No, he's muted. It can't be him.
It was. He just muted. He just now muted.
Oh,
it was him. But that's okay.
He's going to take a leak.
When you pause puberty,
like a man.
Thanks, David.
Drain the main vein. When you pause puberty, it's permanent, irreversible damage, and you can't just have puberty in a few years if you want to.
It's not like stopping a clock and then you could start it just like where you left off.
Right.
It's not like you could suspend time.
Your genetics dictate a time period where you do this, and if you pass that time period, you don't do it.
And obviously then if you're given estrogen, I think it is, and some other one, which say would make a biological male with more feminine sort of features.
Yeah, but the cancers that those gentlemen get, the horrible cancers from the estrogen, oh, it's terrible. The stuff that they have to have lopped off and the surgeries that they have to go through.
You know who supposedly had this done to them when they were a child? Michael Jackson.
That wouldn't surprise me.
His parents knew, he was the money child.
It's
made the money.
It's the old Tom Hanks.
They wanted his voice to remain high.
It's the old Tom Hanks it is now, lad.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, think about it. Religious potentates had little boys castrated to preserve their singing voices in olden times. Why wouldn't his family have his puberty blocked to keep that good singing voice, that childlike singing voice that he had?
I've never seen that confirmed, but it does.
It doesn't surprise me.
It wouldn't
that was a bit Tom Hanks to me.
Well, he saw his mom kissing Santa Claus, and I'm sure that had a lot to do.
That was the real trauma.
Did you get that lung out?
Yeah, well, like Ashley's saying, the side effects to the patient is on the body is quite horrific, and I'm sure mentally as well.
To Last Dance's defense, though, I mean, if any of that is used as precedent in other cases, then I can almost see his point. That's why this is such a toughie,
Well,
but I'm with Dance on like not listening, parents not having rights.
Right.
Children now are able to sign off to get vaccinated in school without their parents' permission.
Sure.
Last Dance, what about what's it called when you allow like the Kevorkian type stuff? Do you think that
assisted suicide?
Yeah,
I am in support of it.
Okay, do you know what they're doing in Canada?
Especially as I get older.
Yeah, right. I don't
So
blame you.
Have you heard about the assisted suicide in Canada? Have you heard about that, chaps? The assisted suicide in Canada.
I gotta go pee.
No, I wouldn't commit suicide, but if I'm, if I have cancer or something where the only amount of time I have left is going to be spent deteriorating in pain, then yeah, I want. Not only do I want to have the option of suicide, I want an expert to help me do it right.
Yeah,
well, what if somebody decided, all right, instead of suicide, they want heroin?
Great.
They want what?
That should be a choice. Yeah, absolutely. I hope I would choose that, but it might be.
Well,
I don't
Steve,
know.
can you say again what you said? Because I didn't get it either.
They want
heroin.
Heroin.
Right. In Canada now, right? They're putting it through their courts because they've got assisted suicides now already. And the numbers quite shocking. I'll have to Google it. But they're now voting to do it for people who are drug addicts. So to assist them in dying because they've had enough of life. So
I'd be interested to know the demographic of transitioned people who couldn't transition back.
Let me ask you this, Based and Ashley. Based, you're saying they're at the end of their addiction, they just want to die?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, the thing is, Trudeau has been.
Well, why don't you answer my question first and talk about that punk bastard motherfucker after?
Yeah. Okay. Repeat what you were going to say.
So these guys who are addicted, or girls who are severe addicts who decide they want that last shot to die, is that better for the state or worse for the state or for humanity?
It's better for the state, but worse for humanity.
Yeah.
You have to look at the viability of a human being. If the state were to decide that unviable humans would be euthanized, then my daughter would definitely be one of the first ones in line.
Exactly. This is why it's scary. And
right, but your personal connection.
Let me finish up what was, and in Canada now they've changed it from terminal diseases to debilitating diseases. So debilitating, obviously, if you're in pain, but now it's not the sort of terminal. It's now debilitating. Someone needs to have a look at the numbers in Canada at the moment, because the next step now is for people who are on drugs. So what would it be next? People who are depressed. Oh,
Yes,
they don't laugh.
it will
Yeah,
be
yeah,
them next.
yeah, and it literally is. He's
And
literally just
Netflix Brave
killing.
New World.
He's literally killing off his population, and in such a way that it'd be great for the state, because obviously the state will save a lot of money. Um, but that like I said, he's now opening that net now, so he's going to cater for much more stuff.
Have any of
Let's say,
you read Brave New World?
I have read it, but I do not remember because I read it when I was in high school, and for me that was in a previous century.
So the idea behind that is that at 50, everyone is gently euthanized.
Mm-hmm. That's Huxley, right?
Gently?
Yes.
Aldous.
Yes,
sounds like
gently.
Canada
With
maybe in
lots of
10 years.
drugs. With lots of drugs, they go down gently as their heart slowly fails. They,
Go
their
down.
mind isn't. Yeah, they decline gently over. In the book, it seemed to be about a week or 2 weeks, somewhere around in there, as they're given greater and greater doses of drugs that both alter mind and body chemistry, until they finally just lose consciousness and they cease to function internally. It's humane. It's very humane.
A bit like the television.
I think once again we're missing a very key point here, and that is this is the user's choice, not the government's choice. And the current law is that the individual doesn't have that choice. They have to, if you want to commit suicide, you're not allowed to.
Well,
And
no,
nobody's allowed to help you.
in Brave New World, they got a week after their 50th birthday, and they just reported to the facility because it was their duty and they knew it was their time. They weren't taken forcibly. They just, as part of their society, they just showed up there. They got that week after their 50th birthday. They celebrated the 50th and they had parties, and then they just reported for death, kind of at the place.
I mean,
can you see the slippery slope?
Right. I mean, we don't want to have a culture develop where what was a choice today and someone like me supported then gradually becomes a sort of a cultural force over the years.
But you find that whatever we're talking about, it doesn't matter if it's euthanization or not, whatever you're talking about, someone is going to push it as far as it will be let to go.
Exactly.
Somewhere. It doesn't matter what it is. Someone is going to push the extreme.
They're already opening the net up in Canada. Like I said, they're opening it up instead of terminal, debilitating, and then drug users. Well, what would be the next one? What would be depression?
Handicapped children.
That's right. That'll be another one. Straight in there. And like I agree with Last Dance. Like, if you are truly in a very bad place, I can see. I would want to. I wouldn't want someone wiping my ass and stuff. You know what I mean? Permanently. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't. I get that, but at the same time, like with Trudeau especially, all that tool's very dangerous. It can be used in a very bad way, but that's why I think also with assisted suicide and stuff, there should be like people, like there should be a psychologist, there should be a religious figure of choice, like a priest or an imam, a medical figure, where you can talk over what is going on with your family member or your relative, if you're next to kin. It shouldn't be down to like one doctor. It shouldn't be down to one relative. It should be a group decision that's mainly professional with, obviously, do you understand what I mean? It's very much policed, much more policed.
I could see your point. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think in Switzerland you can do this for any reason at all.
Yeah.
You do not have to be sick. You do not have to be very sick. You just
Just
get
choose.
assisted suicide for any reason at all.
Yeah, Switzerland. Yeah, it's a fucked up place. Yeah. I mean, think about Switzerland. You know, it's avoided 2 world wars.
Yeah, no, I know.
You know, I'm
I know what you're
not just
saying,
saying that decision. It's just a fucked up place, and we seem to allow Switzerland to get away with all sorts of shit when you think about it.
Looks like a pretty place, like pretty. You know, like the landscape is gorgeous.
They are pretty, but they also would have stood by while everyone else in Europe had been annihilated by Hitler. They would have just stood by and said, "Great, just make sure you don't keep sending me your business."
Switzerland is a place I would love to immigrate to, but I'm nowhere near as successful, lucrative, and productive as you have to be able to get citizenship there.
Me neither.
Well, I mean, if you had been, you could have been swimming with blondes while the rest of the world was burning.
I mean, Switzerland made a lot of money. I mean, if you think about it, during the World Wars, made a lot of money.
There you go.
They keep an impeccable time.
Oh, their watches. Yeah.
Mind you, it was one of the POWs routes out, wasn't it? It was either Italy or Spain, wasn't it? It was get to Spain or Switzerland, wasn't it? That was their choices. Or Sweden to go right up, wasn't it?
I have a question for Dance.
I do want to bring up one thing just to shift the subject back to something that we talked about before.
Yeah.
Do you know what Biden's first action was as president of the United States?
Signing executive orders.
27 of them.
The very first one, or in the first batch, was
the Ice Cream Act.
No, termination of the emergency with respect to the southern border of the United States and redirection of funds diverted to border wall construction.
Yeah.
So the question I was just going to ask you is about your post in the Discord where you said "mother effing dumbass." Remember that one? And you posted the picture below it about liquefied natural gas.
Yes.
Can you summarize that? Because information that's just come out now attached to that is related to that. So I'm curious what you had to say.
Biden has decided to pause. And this is an executive action that he can take. He's decided to pause pending approvals of liquid natural gas exports because of climate change concerns.
Okay. So someone here is stating that they believe it's in retaliation to Texas because it hits them hard. And what they said also above that is that basically this under the soon to be released package, the DHS would be granted new emergency authority to shut down the border if crossings increase above 4,000 to 5,000 on average per day in a given week, not counting at ports of entry. This would be equal to over 100,000 illegal migrants a month still entering our country. Certain migrants would still be allowed to stay if they prove to be fleeing torture or persecution in their countries. This is not a compromise and still allows our borders to be open and not secured. So,
I mean,
I don't know. I feel like that. Do you think that is related to Texas in any way? Is this a political thing against them?
I mean, I hadn't thought about that, but now that you bring it up, it's
okay.
Could be part of the calculus.
Can I get this right? So Biden's saying he's not looking to give any more like green lights or holding it for liquid petroleum gas to be exported. That would be to export to Europe, which would be basically
to Germany. That too,
we're a huge customer because of Nord Stream pipeline. Germany is or Europe is. So my point is, I know you mentioned about the taxes, but bigger picture is Europe are relying on the gas. So unless America have, got the subsidies there, stacked up plenty wise, then I would suggest no. because obviously they've got to sort of supply Europe.
So it's I wasn't exactly sure. It didn't make any sense to me because of what you're mentioning. I suspect that it doesn't affect existing approvals. In other words,
contracts.
if you already have a contract to supply gas to to Europe, then that continues to go. It's just new approvals. But I don't really understand though, because it does seem like what happens when the contract is terminated every
Right. If that then
ends.
bars the next.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and of course, I don't. The details are not in this White House press release, so I don't.
So
really...
if they're planning on pissing off Texas, they're going to get a little more fallout from that from Europe.
Well, what's going to happen is that Europe's not going to freeze to death. They're not going to starve to death. They're just going to go and buy their gas from Russia because there's nobody else.
India, they're the one that's backdooring it from Russia.
The other one, Qatar, is a big liquid natural gas exporter too, but I don't know that they have the capacity to make up for the United States leaving.
Well,
these are all old tactics, and the same kind of stuff went down for exports just before the Civil War happened, where they were placing tariffs on how much cotton, sugar cane, corn, peaches, whatever, that the South could ship out to other countries, and how much it was taxed before it was shipped. All of this stuff has happened before.
Nice.
So this is an old tactic.
Sure sounds like it.
Well, you're talking about heating and all that. Well, it's my third week now on my Chinese diesel heater and on paraffin. And
You never sent me a picture of that rig, dude.
Yeah, it's working fucking brilliant. It's working faultless.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
What does it make the temperature in your unit, dude?
So I put it on power 1, and in my like lounge, it goes to like 19, 20 with on power 1, and it's 10 power settings.
Wait,
is this like
20 Celsius?
Is this you sitting around in a t-shirt or more like a sweater?
Well, I haven't got it on now, and it's like 17 degrees in the house. I won't put it on unless it gets like 14 or 15 most probably. But I've worked out what I've used on it, and I've used in 1 week I used £3 in cost.
That's 20 centigrade is 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
I had it on for about 3 days of the week, like, because it was cold. So it wasn't, but in like the one day I did on like all day, it used like 3/4 of a liter, and 3/4 of a liter was 80p a liter.
You're doing better than us, dude, because when we use the diesel heater in the greenhouse, that sucker uses a liter a night.
That sucker.
Yeah, if you put in Chinese diesel heater, heating your house, you'll see what I've done. I put the box on the outside and just pump the good air in.
Yeah, no, I think now I know what you're talking about. Right? That's the exact same unit we're running inside the greenhouse.
I've never used it for heat. I've only ever used it for cooking.
A kerosene heater, though.
Yeah,
I use wood for heat.
No, it's called a diesel, but I'm using kerosene paraffin on it, which works fine.
Kerosene.
Yeah.
But it's built for diesel. You're just running a different fuel source.
Yeah, but I've done all my research on it, and they.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, I mean the vast majority of people are saying I'm 5 years in on paraffin, no problem.
I don't think kerosene's cheaper than diesel here, though.
So for me, diesel's 150 a liter, 145, and
everything. You missed everything, Ethan.
The first 5 hours.
Yeah,
we solved the world's problems.
And kerosene or paraffin is 80p.
Sorry, what was the difference? What is the saving?
The £1.50 to 80p. It's a big saver.
That is a lot of difference.
And it runs totally fine on it, like super.
I can heat my whole house for $20 for over 3 weeks.
That's good.
What?
By burning one room down at a time, or?
Wood.
Ah.
I go to
wood.
I go to a sawmill and they give me the rounds off the ends of the cuts. And these things are this big around and they're roughly this thick.
Well, who cuts them down to size for you?
Her
Me and
lumberjack.
Dylan. Me and Dylan. We both do.
And I've said this in other contexts, but I wish I could get wood.
He's Norwegian.
Oh boy! All right.
That was a good one, last answer.
Come on, now, come on. How come I can't do that?
I don't know what you mean, but
Hey,
should
speaking
we
of-
keep this thing going? Are we going?
Well,
Are we
before you
rolling?
cut it off, I got some, really interesting news. And
Let's roll. Let's roll. I'm looking for interesting.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you guys knew this, but across the animal kingdom, besides really small animals, the average time, no matter what size, a full bladder takes to piss is 21 seconds. So whether you're a human being or elephant, you all with a full bladder, it takes right around 20 seconds or 21 seconds.
21 seconds to take a leak. I don't take that long to take a leak. How big is
If
your
you got a
bladder,
full
man?
bladder, if you got a full bladder and you're of healthy age, that is the norm. Look it up. Look it up. Not kidding.
I'm struggling with that science, but sure.
Well,
Look it up.
The worst
I'm
thing
like
I
a
can.
camel. My record is 1 minute and 2 seconds. I'm like a camel though. I can go a day or two without
Jesus
peeing.
Freak.
The worst thing I always do is, well, the best thing I always find is that if I go out and I'm filming or anything, there's nowhere to go to the toilet. The secret is don't go to the toilet. In the sense that as soon as I go to the toilet, I got to go to the toilet again in like an hour or something. So it sounds stupid, but obviously try and go for a wee before you get out there. But then just don't, because if I start, I say I got to go again.
How much are you drinking though? How much are you drinking during this time?
Well,
do you have like a water bottle or?
Well, not a lot. But
Glass.
Beer.
My secret is not to go for a wee, if you know what I mean. That's the secret. Because as soon as I start, then I sit there and the tap running.
Do you guys want some other kind of nugget?
What do you got?
Better than that, or
I got
Can you top that?
I got something good. In 2020 in Libya, AI already has made a kill. There was a drone that was an autonomous drone in 2020 in Libya.
What?
That killed. It kills with no discretion. It makes its own decision. So we've already crossed that line.
No way.
More context, please.
Where's
Skynet
the
is
drone?
upon us.
I don't see the fucking drone, kid.
It's been confirmed that.
Can you get a receipt for us, Aphid?
I think it was the UN. Hold on.
United Nations.
Put the glasses on. This is a true
Yeah,
story.
we're not trying to put the spotlight on you, but if
A
we can get
military drone with a mind of its own was used in combat. UN says, and it's proven. It's a proven thing that the UN confirmed that a drone with its own mind made a kill based on its decision making at that time. And
well, that's a terrible milestone.
Yeah.
So the killing was like the owner of the drone, or there seems to be a little bit of missing information in the story.
It was like a military drone. I'm guessing the U.S., but I didn't get a chance to. I was going to research it because I thought Last Dance would be interested in it.
What did it
I'm
use?
interested in it, but
What did it use to kill?
A milestone.
probably a Hellfire missile. Let's just assume some munition like that.
Right. And it made its decision completely without the effect of any human being. And it made that decision
all I can
and
say
shot,
is-
fired, and made a kill in Libya in 2020.
I bet
believe
the
that.
facts behind that are slightly less. I don't know, but I'll bet the facts are slightly less amazing than it sounds.
Well, I mean, the key point is that a machine made its own decision
Yeah,
to kill.
no, I understand that. But
Do you remember the two-legged robot in RoboCop that like kicked his ass? That's what I'm envisioning in my head, that this AI is inside of.
that was so awesome, though. How could you not want the You mean at the demonstration of the RoboCop at the board shareholders meeting?
I had my son watch RoboCop. I had him watch a bunch of old movies like They Live, and there was one called Runaway with Tom Selleck in it about a guy. These weren't AI though. There was a guy behind it making the robots kill people. But I had him watch all those movies, all those old movies about that stuff.
I just remember the drug that you stick in your neck, like the one-time use needle, and the two-legged RoboCop eliminator.
The Eliminator.
I can't remember the politics behind it.
I just came across one more useless fact that
These aren't useless. These are priceless.
This is a good one. A dentist named Edgar Parker legally changed his first name to Painless. He changed his name when he was accused of breaking a false advertising law, claiming that his dentistry was truly painless. So he's
getting around this by just changing his name.
He changed his name to Painless so he could legally use that advertising.
This happens in the UK. This happens in the UK. Shit like that. Loads like boxers have changed their name, like just literally like a clothes brand or like Chris brand or whatever. Changed their name.
Well, no, that started where that kid had his name changed to it was some kind of Xbox or something like that, and then they sent him free equipment. They sent him free hardware. They sent his family free hardware that named him that. It was named after like a Xbox or a PlayStation or something.
Sure.
And that's what started all that crap. They named their kids that or changed their name and hoped to get free premium stuff.
Well, there was also that guy that he couldn't afford personal license plates for his car, so he changed his name to XXY427.
I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. I call bogus.
It depends.
Because Elon Musk wasn't allowed to name his kid all the weird equation shit, so I don't think you can change your name to a numerical.
You know, there's 50 state laws. They're not all the same.
That's right.
All right. I don't know. Aphid's smiling a little bit too much to hold down the truth of that one. Sorry.
It was in the movie Fargo. I'll have to admit.
Do you know how many kids Elon's got?
There's like 7 of them, aren't there?
Oh, like 4,
10.
3 or 4, 10.
I suppose.
Same woman?
No. He's yeah.
He's
the one he was the one he ate his bed 3 with. He's been on and off for a while, I think.
I just remember the picture of him with some of his kids standing next to the Pope recently. That's the only one I remember with his kids.
Smokesteve's like,
what did he do to earn that? Has more money than
he's in a vehicle into space.
Well, that's right.
Smokesteve's like, I can't wait for the next break in the action so I can ask one more time if we're ready to continue, because I'm ready to go to bed.
I do have to get off here in a minute.
I'm ready to go to bed too. So
yeah, me too, Smokesteve.
Last Dance is running the pub. Let's go, Last Dance.
No, he's ready.
I'm ready to go.
Nice one, then, lads.
Hey, Ashley, it was good having you on.
Yeah, always good to see all you guys.
And I'm sorry about
Each
the
and every
sound
one of you.
issues.
No, it's all right. Ashley, you're great. You're great.
We had sound issues with McGrandy for months.
It's the shame you weren't on earlier.
20 minutes.
Are you sure it wasn't just his voice?
I don't know what the issue was.
You know,
I'm not lagging. I'm drunk.
I didn't like him. I didn't like him because the first 2 times I saw him,